So let's get started.
Hello, assalamu alaikum everyone. I'll be starting in a few minutes. Okay, guys, let's begin. So I hope everyone is doing great. So from the last lecture, we started with chapter 1 from 70-741 training. And we started understanding IP addresses. So there was a lot of theory covered in the last lecture. So I'm going to just quickly review the same. IP addresses, actually, I should go down to. And if you have any questions along the line, you can type your question in the chat window or always unmute your mic and ask a question. Okay, so we started with IP address. IP address is a unique number. This is the first chapter of this second training. And IP address is a unique number that is assigned to the device. Okay, so, shared drive. Shared drive I've already, shared drive I've already shared with you guys last week.
Yes, Adnan, my other email is basically added in it, which I don't use normally.
Okay.
So I would appreciate if you kindly add this email address so I can share that drive.
No problem.
Thank you.
I will. So I'm just adding that. So if anyone else is not able to access the drive, let me know, please. So you should be able to receive an email. And if not, just let me know. I can share the link. Okay, so let's begin, everyone. IP address is a unique number that is assigned to all of the devices. Without an IP address, no two devices can communicate with each other. So any device, by definition, any device on the network needs to have an IP address. IP address is used for the identification of any device, and in our normal life we use IP address. We use numbers to identify ourselves in number of different ways: passport number, employee ID, telephone numbers. And all of the devices, including gaming box or the appliances nowadays, needs an IP address. Then we spoke about IP addresses of two types: logical address and physical address. Physical address is known as the MAC address, that is assigned by the manufacturer of the device, and logical address is basically the IP address. And IP address is of two types: IPv4 address and IPv6 address. IPv4 is older scheme of IP addresses. IPv6 is a newer scheme of IP addresses. And in both of the both type of IP address, we have two types, further two types, which is private and public. Private is used for inside the organization, and this you will be able to understand now, since at the end of the lecture we understood that the private IP address, there are three ranges of IP address that is assigned to the private network: 10, 172, and 192. 10, 172, and 196. So three ranges that companies can use inside the network, and all of the companies use one of the three ranges. And these three ranges are known as private IPv4 addresses. So IP address is this IPv4 address is 32-bit address, and it has 4 octets. Each octet cannot have more than 0 to 255 value, and each octet is of 8 bits. So we had a long discussion on this, and we understood from this table that you can convert from binary to decimal number. Then IP address, so IP addresses are further classified into 5 classes: class A, B, C, and class D and E is for research purposes, whereas class A, B, C is for the large, medium, and small networks. So class A is from 10 to 126, class B is 128 to 191, and class C is 192 to 223. How do you identify these classes? You can identify these classes from the subnet mask. So subnet mask of class A is 255, whereas subnet mask of class B is 255.255, and subnet mask of class C is 255.255.255. How do you know which IP address belongs to which class? It's just the first octet. You just need to look at the first octet, and the first octet represents that which class this IP address belongs to. And one range is basically So one range is one range represents the loopback address, and loopback address is 127.0.0.1. Yes, Naveed, you can go ahead.
Adnan bhai, I want to ask you, you mentioned for class C, the subnet mask will be 255.255.255. For class B is 255.255. How about class D and class E? Is there no subnet mask for D and E?
Class D and class E. I've never thought of that before. I can check that out. Because normally we don't use these IP addresses. So for that reason, I've never checked that out before. But I can check that out. Or
Question.
maybe, yes, please go ahead.
It's a good question, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question. Very good question. So.
Or it could also be possible that for class D and class E, we may have the same IP address, same subnet as per class C, which is 255.255.2550. It could also be possible.
We can quickly check that out. Okay, do D and E classes have subnet masks? D class is reserved for multicasting and E is reserved for experimental and research, and they don't have any subnet mask. Okay, that's good to know. So there is no subnet mask for these.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So swiftly moving on. So in the IP address, there are always two parts. One is the network part, the other one is the host part. So the network part is, it represents how many networks are there within this IP address, and the host part represents that how many IP addresses will be in that side. So IP address has two. So looking at the screen, there is 4 octets, and the first octet is written N, which means that this is class A address, and the network part is just the first, and the rest of them are all for the host. And how many hosts can be accommodated in this? We can check it by 2 raised to the power number of bits in the host. So there are 8 bits, 8 bits, 8 bit, 24. So that represents that how many IP address can be accommodated in this part. So we found out that there are 16 million IP addresses can be accommodated in the host part from class A, and 2 raised to the power 8, there can be 256 networks within this. And likewise on class B, we can accommodate 65,000 hosts, and class C is 255 hosts. So class C is the smallest network where you can have smallest number of hosts in the class C. And then we discussed about difference between a private scheme and a public scheme. So private scheme is class A, B, and C, which is 10, 172, 192, and public is all of the other IP addresses are public IP addresses.
Adnan bhai, one question I just wanted to clarify. So you mentioned that it could be so many networks. So does it go like sequentially? It could be like each network. Is that what it means?
Yes, it can be. It can be any type of network. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So which means, so I'm just reviewing this, and today we will continue from here. Okay, so let's continue. So first of all, we need to understand. I mean, we do understand what is IP address. We do understand that it's a 32-bit address. We do understand that each device needs to have an IP address. Okay, now let's see a practical implementation of this IP address. Practical implementation is the same as what we did previously in the lab. So when you have a server, we need to have an IP address. So all servers have an IP address. So this server will have one IP, this has an IP address, this server has an IP address, this server has an IP address, and all of the client devices needs to have an IP address. What else needs to be an IP address? All the smartphones needs to have an IP address. Printers needs an IP address. Printer needs an IP address, and then all of the other devices that needs to be on the network needs an IP address. But normally these are the things that needs an IP address. So printers, computers, and servers. And now we know that there are classes of IP addresses. Before even classes of IP address, in practical, there is first of all public IP address. Public IP address is all the devices that are connected on the network. All the devices on network, internet, sorry. All the devices on internet. And how many devices are on the internet? There are thousands and thousands of devices on the internet. So starting with websites. So the most common device or the most common application on the network that is using IP address is the website. So all websites have IP address. So starting with most famous website and maybe the newest website. So most famous website, let's say google.com, has an IP address. Maybe it doesn't have only one IP address, it has a stack of IP addresses. And I'm talking about public IP address. And since we know that this has to be unique, so one IP address that is bought by Google cannot be used by any other company. So since Google is very, very famous, it's not just one IP address they have multiple IP addresses, and you can see them, you can see their IP addresses whenever you go from one country to another. They have their own page for that country. So in Canada, they have their page. If you go to US, they have their own web page. And plus they have multiple IP address for some other reasons as well, but they have many IP addresses. Same like msn.com has an IP address, yahoo.com has an IP address, cnn.com has an IP address, geo.com has an IP address, and
I have a
similarly,
question.
yes, go ahead.
So like google.com or google.ca or like google.pk, google.uk. So after a dot, like it mostly it represents the country's name. So with that, the IP address changes.
No, so actually, this basically depends on the company's technique, how they are representing their website, meaning let's say a very small company, they need at least one IP address, okay, and a very large company might need lot of IP addresses, but in general they need only one IP address to be on the network. So a smaller company, the smaller newspaper company can have only one IP address. Let's say junk.com can have only one IP address where everything is connected to. Now the question is that what is the reason why would company needs to have multiple IP addresses? So they might need to have multiple IP addresses just to have their presence in different countries, but not necessarily they don't need multiple IP addresses. If they have only one IP address, people throughout the world can connect to them, and then they can be redirected through DNS, and that we will understand in the DNS chapter. So all the companies needs to have at least one public IP address. And I'm trying to find out. Oops, sorry. So I'm trying to find out how many, if I can see a map of IP addresses here, and this is why I use Google search, because Google search is basically the best. So here, how many IP addresses, if I can change that to images, sometimes they would show how many companies have different IP addresses. Okay. Okay, it's not here. Okay, we can check that out later. But in short, all devices on the network. So starting with public network, websites have IP addresses. Other than that, and yes, Alamgir asked a question that if the website has if the website has a presence in 3 different countries, so would they need 3 different IP addresses? So answer is no. One CNN requires only one IP address so that throughout the world people can watch CNN. Why? Because we just need to remember the name, and that name will be translated to an IP address, and that is the work of DNS. Okay. But then why would company need an IP address? They would need an IP address, one for the website and one for their FTP site. So one for the website and one for their maybe e-commerce site where they can buy and sell stuff, and one IP address for their FTP site, which is a file transfer where they can keep their data and then people can download. So just for different purposes, they would need IP address. And this is why I said Google might have multiple IP addresses. Okay. So this is what we need to remember about public IP address. Public IP address is basically there are millions, maybe a billion companies that use public IP address. Now, the private IP address, on the other hand, are 3 ranges. So which range, what are the ranges are? Number 110.0.0.0, and then second one, 172.16.0.0, and the third one, 192.168.0.0. And the subnet mask is this is /8, the first one. Anyone can explain the reason, can explain this number, /number? So subnet mask is
255.
Yes, it defines subnet mask. Very good. And anything else about the same concept? So why is it first 255.0.0?
It's the first octet is 10.
It's the first octet. It represents the first octet, or this number represents the number of network bits, that how many bits are on for the network. So 8 bits are on, that's why it is 255. Is there why is it 255? Because 2 raised to the power 8 is 255. So actually it's 256. But since it starts from 0, the maximum number is 255. And 16 bits are on, meaning, so this simply means that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dot 0, 0, 0, 0. So this means /16 means that these 8 bits are on, these 8 bits are on, and that makes up 255.255.0.0. So this is a CIDR notation. This is the way we can write the same IP address. It's just to make it shorter. Instead of writing the complete IP address and typing 255.255.0.0, we just use the number of network bits that are on. Okay, so that now that we understand, because this is one thing. Now we said that 10 is used for large networks and 172 is for medium sized network, and 192 IP scheme is for the small networks. Okay, so why we said that? We said that because there are different type of companies. There are large companies, there are smaller companies. So let's understand that how do we select between this? How do we select between these private IP addresses? So it's very simple. Let's take an example of our clinic. Our clinic example. Now within a clinic, if we can remember, and if I can go to our clinic, so clinic was discussed right here. So in this clinic that we started with, so this clinic had, you were called as a system admin, and you had to build a network for this clinic. So remember that in the beginning we made a design, and then we called in a networking guy. They laid off the cables, and once the cabling was done, and then we started building the network. And in this clinic we had two active directory servers. Why do we have two active directory servers? Because if one goes down, the other one should be available. And then there is a client machine in each of the offices. So let's count how many client machines are here. So there is one in this room, 1 2 3 4 5, and then there are two client machines on the reception, so 6 7, and then there are two servers with two IP addresses. So this is how we can count that the number, that which scheme. So what are we trying to understand? We are trying to understand which scheme do we need. So here, if I can copy this to, so we are trying to find out that how do we decide that which IP address do we need for my organization. So here, so in this case, let's say there is a requirement of how many client machines are there. There are about, let's say, 25 client machines. So 25 client machines, and how many servers? There are two servers within this network. Number two, two servers are there, and servers always have redundant IP address. So each server will have two network cards, just for the sake of safety. So each server will have two network card, which means that each server will use two IP addresses. So there are two IP address. So two network card, so one network card and the second network card, since it is a server. So this is kind of, this is NICs, network interface card. And all of the clients, they need one network card. They have one network card, they need one IP address. So this is, and what else needs an IP address? There are, let's say there is one, so there is two printers. There are two printers in this network, and one printer is basically, one printer is local printer. So local printer doesn't need an IP address. Local printer directly connects to a printer. So there are two types of printers, and the second printer, which is a network printer, a large printer, that needs an IP address. Okay, so which means that local printer, what is a local printer? Local printer is the everyday printer that we use at home. Remember that we all have a printer that is connected to a USB cable, and nowadays we have Wi-Fi printer. So Wi-Fi printer would need an IP address. So if we can just see that how many IP addresses are required. So 25 into 4. So these are 4 IP addresses here, which is 29, and 29 and 2 printers, which is 29 and 31 and 32, 33. So 33 is the requirement of IP addresses. Other than that, there will be Wi-Fi customers that will be visiting the clinic, and they all might need. You might want to open Wi-Fi for them. In large hospitals, there is Wi-Fi for the patients as well. So so let's say 32 IP addresses is the requirement. 32 IP addresses is the short requirement, and other than that, we can have, let's say, another 50 IP addresses. We need another 50 IP address for the clients, for the guests. And we can just think of for the next 3 years plan, maybe this network might extend, so we can add let's say 25 more IP addresses for this, for the future planning. So in total now we have 75. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Maybe, okay. I was getting this random Skype call. Nowadays we are getting random Skype calls. Okay. And so guys, here 75. So this is 75 IP addresses. 75 plus 30 is, so 7 and 7 and 8, 9, 10. 107 IP addresses. So 107 IP addresses we need in this clinic to run, and this is I mean, and this is all done by the networking team. But since this is a small, very small clinic, you will be responsible for setting up the IP addresses. And so for 107 IP addresses, which class you will select. So which class you will select? You can select this class, 10 class A IP addresses. You can select class B IP address. You can select class C IP address. So in this case, the most appropriate class will be class C IP address. Remember that class C IP address can have maximum of 255 IP addresses. So from 0 to 255 is, so in this class you can have, and how do we know? We can go back to our chart here. Yeah, right here. So class C IP address, there can be maximum 255 IP addresses. If you select class B, then you have a provision of 65,000 IP addresses. But in a small clinic, we don't need this number of IP addresses. Okay, so going back to your question. So first question is, so first question from Naveed is like, failover cluster, do we have any kind of protocol for website and IP addresses? For example, if the IP address has an issue, the same link will be transferred to another IP address. In failover cluster, remember, in failover cluster, we have an IP address that is assigned to a cluster. Remember? So if I can, let's say if this is a cluster, yes.
Like, I want to know about any kind of website. Let's suppose CNN.com. If that particular IP is not working, and clients are not able to go on the CNN.com, right? So in this situation, is there any kind of other protocol by which the IP address is transferred to the other one, and the website never down? Is that
Yes, very good question. So remember that we have another, so failover cluster is used for only failover scenarios when one server completely goes down, but especially for load balancing we use NLB. And NLB is also, so NLB is always used for all the websites. So users connect to NLB, and from here they connect to CNN.com. If any one server goes down, let's say it's a cluster of 4 servers, if this goes down, users will still be able to connect to all the other 3 servers.
And NLB's static IP works on the user-defined protocol. Is that correct?
Yes. So remember that when we configured NLB, there was a special IP address assigned to the cluster IP address. So there is one IP address for this server. So this has its own IP address 192.168.10.14, and this was 10.15, and this was 10.20. But for NLB, we also assigned one IP address 192.168.10.50. So that IP address is a static IP address for NLB. So everyone will connect to this IP address, and from here they will be redirected to the servers. Okay. Okay, so the next question from Alamgir is, can you please explain, Nick, what is the redundant in IT? Okay, Alamgir, can you repeat? I mean, I couldn't understand the question.
So you said all the nicks are redundant or something. I forgot what you said.
Okay, no problem.
So,
So yes, right here. So yes, so the nicks are, just a second. Let me clear some previous slides here. So clearing. So delete this slide, and so okay, so I said that NIC is, so first of all, what is a NIC? NIC is a network interface card, okay? And it's the network interface card in your laptop that lets you connect to the internet. So this is your laptop, and we know that the laptop is made up of hardware. It has these very important components like CPU, and it has the storage, the disk, and it also has a RAM, which is memory. And the fourth very important component is NIC. NIC is network interface card. So that's the card that is inside, from which you are connected to your home router. So at the moment, how you are connected, you're using that NIC card, and that so there is a, so all the laptops, they have two types of NIC cards. Number one, a cable NIC card, and you also have a Wi-Fi NIC card. So you also have Wi-Fi NIC card. So there are two network cards inside your computer. So when I say redundant NIC card, meaning that in the servers, always there are two network cards. Because server is an expensive, we know that there is a difference between a server and a client machine. Client is just one user machine, whereas server is a multi-user machine. And since it is a multi-user machine and a lot of user needs are supposed to connect to servers, hundreds and hundreds of users, for that reason, most of the things, most of the hardware in this server are redundant, meaning that there are two power supplies instead of just one. So two power supplies into two. So if one goes down, the other one is available. And same goes for, there are two NICs as well. And sometimes there are not two NICs, there are four NICs on the network card. So let's look at our favorite server. What is our favorite server? DL380. DL380. So in DL380, if we can look at the image, so this is DL380, and if we look at the image, so this is the server. So from the front, if we look at it, so this server, this is the backside. These are the two power supplies, two redundant power supplies, and on the front of the server there are also multiple hard disk enclaves. So this is, I think this picture is showing. So here, So let me try to find a bigger picture. Okay, so but here you see these are the network cards. So this is the display where the display will be connected to. These are the two USBs where the USB will be connected to, and this is the network card. Now in the server, since it is a server, this network card has 4 network cards inside. So this is one physical card, but it has 4. You can connect 4 network cards here and 4 network cables here. So which means that on this server, it can have 8 IP addresses. So this is what I said. The servers have redundant network cards. So they have many network cards so that if one is not working, the other one is connected. And there are some other reasons. There is one network card specially for the management purpose, and later on we'll go into that. But for now, servers have multiple network cards. So here I'm going to say servers have at least 2 network cards, or it can have into 8 network cards. But then your next question might be that do we need to connect all the network cards in order for server to work? No, the answer is you just need at least 1 network card connected to your network. So 1 network card connected to a switch will be enough. And most of the time we connect 2 cables to the switch just for the backup purposes. If one network port goes down, and the port can go down on a switch. So on a switch, so these switches are managed by the networking team or the network engineer, but the ports can go down. So if the port is down for some reason, then the second port is connected, server won't be disconnected. So all the servers are provided at least 2 network cards or 2 cable connections, and which means that it will have 2 IP addresses. Okay. So going back to our clinic requirement, so we were trying to understand that how do we decide between which class of IP addresses can we choose for our company. So this is an example of very small clinic. In a very small clinic, we counted the number of IP addresses, and then we found out that there is a requirement around 100 IP addresses for this clinic. And for 100 IP addresses, the smallest subnet that can be used, we can use the smallest subnet, and that subnet can be used, which is 192.168.0.0. So your question might be, can I use 10 this subnet or this subnet within this clinic? The answer is yes. You can use either this subnet or this subnet. So it's not necessary that you go for 192. You can also select 172 and 10 subnet as well. But then you will be basically targeting a big range of IP addresses. Can this affect my network if I use a bigger range of IP address? So let's say this small clinic, I use 172.16.0.0. Can I use that range for this clinic? The answer is yes, you can use this range of clinic, this range here. This might not even affect your network, but this will be difficult to manage. This will be a bit difficult to manage. And so following the rule of keep it simple, so we will use the smallest range. So this is why in all the homes, when you have internet, all the homes, all the small offices, you will find 192 range of IP addresses.
Sir, does it impact on the cost also? Like if there's a small clinic, use this IP 10 or 172?
No, it won't. It's a good question. No, so there is no cost involved in this. Why? Because these are free private range IP addresses. You can use any range, but it won't involve any cost. It would. So the only reason why would we need to use the simple, just to keep it simple, the smallest subnet, just to keep our network IP addressing simple.
Okay, sir.
Okay, very good. So now that we know that for a small network, we can use this range. For a medium-sized network, we should use this range, and the large network, it is used 10. So when you work for Rogers or large companies, your IP address will be from this range. And from this range, so from this range, you can connect. Now what if what if this small clinic is partnered with a large clinic, and that partner with large clinic, and now they need 300 IP addresses. So instead of just 100 IP address, they need 300 IP address. Then what would you do? Because your subnet does not have the provision of more than 255 IP addresses. So in this case, what we do, we will extend the subnet. So here we have our clinic working, but now this clinic needs to be connected to a larger clinic. So they extended their network. So once they extend their network, then what can we do? So in that case, what we can do now is then we need to add another subnet. So add another subnet. How can we add another subnet when the subnet range is, so first of all, this 192.168.0.0/24 is not enough, because with this range you can get maximum of 255 IP addresses. And how is this assigned? So this will be assigned like 192.160. So I'm talking about the one clinic, so it can start from 1 and then 2. The second computer will get 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. And all of the computers will be assigned IP addresses between this range. So this will be 0.255. Okay. Most of the time when managing these IP addresses, when assigning these IP addresses, first 10 and last 10 IP addresses, we use it for the management purposes. So which means that the first 10 IP addresses we won't use. This is why most of the time in the lab, we start our IP address from 10.10. So we start from 10 IP address. Why? Because the first 10 and the last 10 or 5 IP addresses, we use it, we reserve it for the management, management of work. So here, when assigning these IP addresses, so here I'm going to say IP assignment. So first of all, first 10 and last 5 or 10 IP addresses. Most of the time, last 5 IP addresses are reserved actually for management purposes. For management purpose. What management purpose? So management purpose meaning the last 5 IP addresses will be assigned to the routers and switches, the networking side, and the first 10 from the first 10 IP addresses, we don't use them. We keep them for emergency purposes. We start from 10 IP address. So most of the time, you will start from 192.168.0.10. And from 10 to 10, 11, 12, we will assign it to different devices. Okay, so right here we were discussing, so this range can only have maximum of 255 IP addresses. Now how can you accommodate more IP addresses within this range? So here, if I can copy this slide, so within this, so within this, now the question is that how can you add more IP addresses to 255? So the answer to this is that we can connect 2 different ranges together. So one range, your main range will be this, and for the for more IP addresses, we can add another range. Is the next range is 1.0/24. So basically, we will add a new network. So adding a new network meaning that we will change just this. Now you will get another 255 IP addresses. So 255 IP addresses here, and then 255 IP addresses here. And since this is a new range, you will need a router in order to connect these two ranges. So what if you need, now the clinic is expanded and now you need 600 IP addresses. So 600 IP address, you just keep on increasing the network side. Remember that this is the network bit in class C. In class C, this represents the network bit, represents the network bit, this one, and the last one is the host. So we just, since we need more networks, why do you need more network? Because this network is not enough for 300 IP addresses. So for the 300, for the rest of the 45 IP addresses, we added another range. And now there is a requirement of 600 or 700 devices to be connected within the clinic. Then we can expand this to 192.168.2.0/24. So we can expand in this manner. So this is exactly like if one car, it can only take you can 5 people can drive in one car, then what do? You will basically get another car. So this is another car, and then you get another car where 5 people can be accommodated. So this is, I mean, this is how subnets work. But then if this network keeps on expanding, what would you do? So let's say it is now expanded to requirement of, let's say 2000 IP addresses or 2000 devices that need IP address. In that case, now we should start thinking of changing the class of IP addresses. So instead of just keep on adding all these different smaller class, now we can move from class C to class B. Because class B will have more range available, and you don't need to basically keep on using class C IP address.
I have a
Sir,
question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't catch it. So you said if you need to expand the network, so you would need more routers?
No. When you expand the network, remember that now it's 2 clinics. So there are rooms, then there are these client machines. They all need IP addresses. So expanding means now there is a requirement of more devices that need to be connected to the network.
No. I mean, if you need to, if you need more IP addresses, then
Oh, if you need more IP addresses, then
yeah, if you are crossing 255, right? Like
yes.
as you mentioned, 192.168.1, right? The second one.
Yes.
So then you need a router.
Yes. So we need a router to connect two networks together. Remember that switch connects all of the devices together, and router connects two networks together.
Okay, so that means if you are adding another card like 192.168 to, you need the third router, right?
No. Okay, hold on. So first of all, let's understand this here. So what is a network? A network is many devices, many computers connected together is known as a network. And here is the switch. So this switch makes up one network, right? So in a small clinic, you just need one
Sorry, sir,
switch.
I meant IP address. Like if you are expanding the IP addresses.
Yes. So if you are expanding the IP addresses, would you need a router? I think that's
Yes.
what your question is, right?
Yeah. That's
Yes,
my question.
so that is what I am explaining.
Okay.
Yes, if you need more IP addresses, meaning that there are more devices, right? I mean, you don't need IP addresses without the device. So which means that now so before 255 IP addresses, it was enough for all of the devices within one clinic. But since the clinic is expanded and now you have 300 computers instead of, so now you have 300 computers instead of just 255, or instead of 100 computers, then basically you need more switch as well. So you need another switch. And since it will be another switch that will be connected to this, in order to connect switch to switch, we need a router. So yes, switch can connect all of these computers together. Switch can connect all of these computers together, but when you need to connect switches together, we need a router. So this is a router that is connected to the switch. Okay, now we don't need to, I mean, at this point, I just want you to understand the IP address requirement. Okay, so we don't go into we will be discussing in another chapter. Okay, so which means and plus this is basically a headache of a networking expert. So networking expert, they will make up this design, and they would know that how many routers and switches are required in this network. For us, this will be enough to understand that how the subnet, how many what type of subnet is required, and why do we need to even know how many subnets are required? Because we need to set up the DHCP service. So the next topic right after this, we will be discussing a DHCP server. And DHCP server, we need to know which IP address scheme are we using.
Sir, I have one question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, as you said, like 192, 168, and then if you required more like network people, so you can use 2 and then 3. So why not this last one? Like first we use 1 and then we can increase to 2, 3, the last number as well. For example, sir, 192.168.0.1 and then .2 and .3. Can we use this also
Uh,
to increase the number, like to increase the network people, to
okay.
increase the number of users if
Okay.
if
Okay.
it's increased?
Yes. You know, I lost the first part of the question. Can you repeat your first part of the
Sir,
question?
same like you as you said, na, the second 192, 168. First you use 1, then you
Yeah,
have got
right.
255 users.
Right.
Then if more than 255, then you use 2 and then 3.
Right. So I'm changing
So my
this
question,
number. Yes.
so my question is, why not, sir, the last one we can increase 1, 2?
Oh, yes. So, here, the only thing we need to understand that this number is already used. This is why we moved to second one. I mean, once 0 to 255 is finished, this is why we increase this number, because these all IP addresses are used within this network. So this is why
Okay.
we are increasing this number, because there is no more room. You cannot go more than 255, right? And I get your question that why
Yeah.
we increase this number and why not increasing this number.
Yes, sir.
So here we just need to remember that we move to this number because these all numbers are used. And
Right.
where are they used? They are basically
Mhm.
they are used in the same in the clinic by all of the rooms, by all of the computers.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Okay, sir.
Okay, sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Can you go to the slide, the previous one, where the IP addresses was?
Wasim, I cannot hear your voice properly.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Can you go back to the slide?
Okay, I'm going back. You know, it just got restarted.
Yeah, I'm looking
It's
at
right
it.
here. This one.
Okay.
This one.
So you said 192.168 is a C class IP address. Okay, that's fine. First oct is network, second oct is network, third is network 0. That's fine. Host is 0. And my question is, how do I know what host number in this oct I have to put? First question.
Okay, so you
As
need to
and
right.
yeah, go ahead.
So which number is assigned to which device?
Okay, so how do I know? How do I calculate? Because let's see if 192.168.1.1, let's see, already assigned somewhere in Australia.
Right, right.
Can I assign the same IP to this clinic in Karachi?
Yes. Okay. Yes, it's a very good question. So if this IP address is assigned to somewhere, it's on another network, can we assign it in our clinic? Yes, it can be. So this is why they are known as, this is known as a private scheme. Now, the main purpose of a private scheme is that this scheme is not, so this IP scheme is not used anywhere outside in the network. I mean, on the public network. Two clinics, two shops side by side, they can use this range in this shop. We can use this range in this shop as well. So this is why it is known as private. So it doesn't matter that if this range is used in here in Karachi and the same range is used in Australia or Canada, so it won't conflict.
Okay, that's very good, sir.
Okay.
You cleared my point. Second point is, as a system admin or network admin, how do I know what is, I know the class I decided based on the number of employees and hardware, but how do I know what scheme I'm going to assign to my clinic? Like, let's say 192.168.0.0. Should I start from 192.168.1.21?
Excellent, excellent. Very good question. So in this case, that how do you know that which scheme do you want to apply within this clinic? So to answer this, you can apply any number scheme, any number. So there is no, I mean, if you want, I mean, most of the clinics and most of the places, they are using 0.0, and most of the houses residential, they're using 1.0. It's up to you. You can use 10.20 scheme, 10.0 or 20.0 or maybe 99.0. You can use any scheme, it doesn't matter.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. It's cleared
Okay.
my confusion. Thanks.
Excellent, excellent. Very good. Okay, so so time for a quick break, everyone. It's a 10 minutes break, and right after the break we will continue. So break time. Break, yeah. Okay. Hello. Yes. Okay, let me call you back. Thanks. Okay. Welcome back after the break, everyone. Let's see how many people are present. Type yes in the chat window if you're present. Okay, thank you, Naveed and Asher. And okay, so what we are now starting, everyone. We understood that IP addresses are required. Okay, so IP addresses are required for any organization and any company within the within a network, all the devices needs an IP address. So taking an example of this clinic, a hospital, an airport, so all of the devices needs an IP address. How many devices needs an IP address? So IP addresses are required for the client computers. IP addresses are required for the servers. Okay, so IP addresses are required. Now, how do we assign these IP addresses? So first of all, let's say if somebody has already decided for us that IP address is required. So right after the break, we have Naveed, Asher, Wasim, Zishan, and and Ashish is here, and Salim. Salim. Okay. Okay, no problem. Excellent, everyone. So, guys, now let's understand. Now the next big question is that how do we assign these IP addresses? First of all, we have been provided this range, which is 192, 168, 10.0. /24. So this range is provided by who? This range is provided by the networking team. The networking team is the one that designs this IP addresses. They will make that will make all of the subnets, and they will provide it to us. Now, in order to assign these IP addresses, this is our responsibility. So this is our system admin and cloud admin's responsibility that we assign these IP addresses to all these computers. So there are two ways to assign IP addresses. So assign IP address. So there are two ways to assign these IP addresses. Number one is manually, and number two is automatically. Now, manually, we already know. Manually, we already know. We all have to go to a machine and go to the networking settings. So we need to go here, and then we need to go to the networking settings and IP settings, and we assign IP address. We all know that how to assign IP address manually. We need to go into network configuration, network config on each computer, and then we go to IP address and then assign an IP address. Okay, so do we all know that how to assign an IP address? Please type in the chat window that if we don't know how to assign an IP address, but if we know how to assign an IP address, type yes in the chat window. Yes, we all know how to assign an IP address. So assigning manually IP address for a small network is fine. I mean, for a small network is easy. For a small network of this clinic where you have only maybe 20 machines, or maybe at most you might have 30 machines in this, it might be easy to go to each machine and assign an IP address. But for a large company, for medium to mid to large size company, which goes anywhere, I mean, when the machines start growing anywhere from 50 and more, then it will be difficult to manage manual IP addresses. So for automatic IP address assignment, Microsoft has provided this service called DHCP. So dynamic host configuration protocol. So this service is used for automatic IP address assignment. So automatic IP address assignment. And okay, so DHCP, so we need to assign IP addresses automatically. I mean, on a very high level, for understanding of DHCP, all you need to do is you need, first of all, server. So in order to have DHCP, so how do you have DHCP in your network? In order to have DHCP in your network, very first thing that you need to have a server. because you cannot have a DHCP service on a client machine. First of all, you need to have a server. Secondly, we need to add a role called DHCP. So we need to add a role. So this is one of the roles. Have we ever added any role on a server? Yes, we installed WSUS on a server. We installed failover feature on a server. We installed NLB feature on a server. We also installed Active Directory role on a server. So DHCP is one of the roles. So first of all, you need to have a server, and server basically, first of all, the hardware. And secondly, you need to have server 2016 or 2012 or 2008 or 2019. And then we will add a role called DHCP. And then within the role, within the server, within the DHCP, then we add a subnet. That what subnet do we need to automatically assign to all of the machines, So where can we get the subnet from? We can get the subnet from the networking team. So from the networking team, we were asked to use this subnet. Let's say 192.168, 192.168. So we can start with a very simple 0.0/24. So we can start with this subnet. I mean, here I've mentioned 10. We can use any number in any network. Just to make it different from different networks, but it even doesn't matter if you have 0.0 in this clinic, and in another clinic you have the same subnet, and in another clinic you have another same subnet. It doesn't matter as long as their networks are different. You can use the same scheme on all the 50 shops within the same building. So you can use, I mean, and this is what happens. I mean, in apartment buildings, there are maybe 50 apartments in that apartment building, and all of them are using the same range. So your next door neighbor is using the same range. The persons living above your floor is using the same range. So all the apartments and all the houses within the community and all of maximum are using this range. Either they're using 0.0, either they're using 1, or either they're using 2. I've rarely seen 2, but most of the houses is 0 or 1. So so a quick task for all of you: what is the range is being used in your house? So find that out, everyone, and type that in the chat window. And how do you find out that what range of IP address is used? All you need to do is to go to CMD in your host machine. So in your host machine, you need to open command prompt and just type ipconfig. So once you type ipconfig, you will find the range. Once you type ipconfig, here you will find this range. So in my house, here the range is 192.168.1.7. So 1 is used in my place, and at Ashish, so it's 1.0. Ashish's house is being used. So Wasim and Zishan, the range that you are mentioning, so just look at the Ethernet IP address. You're typing here the VMware network range. So VMware network range is different, but home, your Wi-Fi range is different. So Wi-Fi range, just look at this LAN, wireless LAN. So what is the wireless LAN range for this? So wireless range. So I mean, it might be just 1.0 or 0.0 probably. So,
Adhan,
yes, please go ahead.
on the screen, I can see says wireless LAN adapter Wi-Fi.
Yes.
But mine is saying wireless LAN adapter Wi-Fi number 2.
Yes, that's fine. I mean,
That's fine. Okay.
Yeah, this wireless card name can be different. This wireless card name can be different, but it's wireless. It's just a wireless network. So that depends on.
Right.
Okay, so always remember that these different ranges are here. So if I go up, I have Ethernet adapter. This is one card. This is one NIC card. This is second NIC card. This is the third NIC card. This is fourth NIC card. NIC card is we know that it's a network interface card. So the other name for the NIC card is Ethernet card as well. So Ethernet is the physical card, whereas wireless is the wireless card through which the Wi-Fi is connected to. So if I go down, since we all have VMware Workstation, this is why we are seeing so many network cards. These are all virtual network cards here. But in reality, there is only one Ethernet card and one wireless card. So in reality, there can be only one. I mean, all of the laptops have one network. So okay. So now everyone knows that what range is being used in your network.
Adnan bhai, I just had one question.
Ashish, I cannot hear you. So you can switch off, you can disable your laptop's mic and then you can speak over your
Is it,
phone here.
can you hear me right now?
Yes, 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 loud and
Oh,
clear.
perfect. So, just pertaining to, the clinic that you're actually showing right here, say for example, some clinics actually have like, like a pharmacy or, like a wellness center attached to it or, a dentist attached to it. So would we actually use the same thing as connecting it to like an offsite network, as you said?
So yeah, so the same
Okay.
range can be used within the clinic and the pharmacy as well, as long as they are all connected together.
Right, right. No, but obviously, like there have to be like certain compliances as well, right? So that's why I was wondering. So, like
Right.
dentistry needs to be HEPA compliant, right? So, would it, like as you said, like for small networks, we would be building it, right? So, for example, if we have a network like this, how would we like go about configuring it? Just literally assign it to a whole different subnet would it be much easier, you say?
Yes. So here, let's say one clinic, and I'll give you an example of one of the clinics that I've worked before, long time back. So it
Okay.
was a doctor's clinic, number
Right.
one, a normal MD, medical practitioner, and it
Right.
also had a dental part as well. So they had half of the clinic assigned to a normal MD or GP, and the other part was assigned to the dental. But as far as
Right.
the IP addresses, so yes, both have their different type of softwares installed. So doctors were using their own medical application, dental were using their own medical application. But as far as the IP addressing is concerned, they all were part of the same scheme. So we get a switch, and to all of the switch, all of the computers will be connected and the IP scheme will be the same. It doesn't matter that if we, I mean, yes, there is a provision that you can have a different scheme here. You can have 1.0 here and 2.0 here, just to completely separate it. You can do it, but normally we keep it simple to troubleshoot as well. But let's say if we are using two schemes within the same place, then you will have to troubleshoot that differently as well. So in order to keep it simple,
Right.
we use just one IP scheme.
Okay, makes sense. Makes
Okay.
sense. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So everyone, so now we know that automatic IP addressing. So automatic IP addressing can be assigned to all of the computers by using DHCP server. Now, how can we assign DHCP server? So before even starting with DHCP server, we know that IP addresses need to be assigned. And IP address, the IP address subnet, so this is known as a subnet, 192.168.10.0/24. This is known as a subnet. So this subnet is basically, so each subnet, so there will be a subnet. So if I go back, this is, so what is, so first of all, what is a subnet? Subnet is basically is said to be a complete set of IP addresses. This is a subnet is complete set of IP addresses. So complete set of IP addresses. Complete set of IP address. And so this is one subnet, 192.168.0.0/24. This is one subnet. And then when you add more networks, this is a second subnet. So this is how the subnets are. This is one subnet. So here we can see two subnets here. Okay. So each subnet, once we are assigned a subnet. So what is the meaning of once we are assigned a subnet? Let's say we need an IP addresses for this floor of the building. Then we will connect to, we will ask our networking team that it's a new floor and we need new IP addresses. So they will go back to their calculation or whatever their Excel sheet, and they will provide us with this subnet. Once the subnet is provided, now this is our job to implement this on the floor. So in order to implement these IP addresses, we can assign these IP addresses in two ways. You can visit one machine at a time. So you can visit one by one machine. You can go to this machine, create an IP address. You can go to then this machine, create an IP address. You can go to this machine, create an IP address. This is known as manual or manually assigning IP addresses. So in a small network, it makes sense. But what if you need to assign IP addresses to 100 machines, to 100 computers? So 100 computers, maybe you might be able to do that manually as well. For the 100 computers as well, maybe divide that within the week, and then every day you will be assigning like 20-25 machines, or maybe within the weekend you can manually assign IP address to all of the 100 machines. But what if you need to assign IP addresses to 1,000 machines, 1,000 computers, number one, and all of the 1,000 computers are scattered throughout your network. Let's say it's a big facility that has one building here and another building here and another building across the road, and in each building there is 300 devices here, and let's say 250 devices here, and rest of the devices, 500 devices here. How can you assign IP addresses to this much of this number of devices? Or how can you assign devices to 10,000 devices? How can you assign IP address to 10,000 devices? So for all these scenarios, we use DHCP service. DHCP service will be used to automatically assign IP addresses. But one thing that we need to remember about DHCP, we don't use DHCP to assign IP address to servers. We use DHCP to only assign IP addresses to client machine. DHCP is only used for client machines. Client machines, and not for servers. So not for servers. For all of the servers, we always assign manual IP address. So servers, so here I'm going to say manually assigned. We all use that. We use manually assigned IP address to servers, and automatically assigned is only used for client machine. So this is always, please remember that DHCP is only used to assign IP address to client machine. But then the technical question is that can we assign IP address by using, can we assign an IP address to a server? Is there any technical limitation? No, there is no technical limitation. You can assign, so you can, these servers can also get IP address from DHCP, but since server is like an executive, server is like an important machine where you need to configure this server properly, and we recheck the configuration of server again and again. Why? Because this server will make revenue for us. This server is the one where you have that important application to which all of your end users are connecting, and it's making revenue, it's making dollars for us. For that reason, we take servers, we configure servers separately. And one of the things that we do separately on servers is the IP address. So we configure IP addresses manually, make sure that this is the IP address that is assigned to that server. So always remember, DHCP is a service that can automatically assign IP addresses to all of the client machine, but DHCP is not used to assign IP addresses to the server. The reason is that servers are special, and we need to make sure that the proper IP address goes to a server. Okay, so.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Basically, DHCP is a public IP, right?
DHCP?
Is a public IP?
DHCP
Can be public IP?
okay, DHCP is a service.
Okay, the reason I'm asking you this,
Right.
because it's a dynamic IP, right?
DHCP assigns a dynamic IP.
Dynamic
Yes.
IP, right? And in corporate environment, what happened is, let's see in my case, like Shoppers Drug Mart. Okay, so they on the end user side, they are using DHCP, right? But the backend is with the servers, which has a static IP assigned.
Right.
So, isn't it a same scenario that I have a ISP at my home and I'm getting the public IP? What's the difference then the public IP and the DHCP?
Okay, I get the point. It's a good question. So the question is about.
And this question just because of this network security I'm asking.
Right. So this question is about, so how can we distinguish between a public network and a private network? So this is a good question. So private and public. Now we are saying that in private network, so in a private network, we can use one of these ranges, right? So we can use a 10 range, we can use 172 range, and we can use 192 range. So let's say this is for large companies, this is for medium-sized companies, and this is for small companies. Okay, that we already understand. But then how can we distinguish between a public network? So private network can be a home network. Private network can be a home network. I mean, in general, we understand that private is home network. But what about these big chains? Walmart is that change. Home Depot is a big change, and so I think it is something like this. And then there are all these big changes. So are these considered public? So in general, yes, they are considered public, but guys, when it comes to their network, it's private. So when we talk about being a network, as a network definition, everything that is confined to that one in one premises is considered as a private network. So by networking, we call this a private network if it is not directly connected to the public network. So first of all, in a network definition, what is public? In a network definition, public is internet. So public in the net, so everything that we see on the internet is considered as public, and everything that is confined in a premises, in a physical premises, is private network. So what does have physical premises? Physical premises is home network. So home network, it's a physical network. So we have a router that has a scope that has a networking only inside the home. A clinic is considered also as a private network. Why? Because it has its own physical boundary. Then same goes for these big chains. A Walmart internal network that is connected inside a physical boundary is considered as a private network. So first of all, so this is a private network, and in the private network we can use private network scheme. In the public network we use public network scheme. Does that kind of answers your question, Wasim?
Yes, sir, I'm clear. So it's mean we have to have a DHCP server on the back end, right?
Yes. So we bring in Mr. DHCP. So we need Mr. DHCP just to help us automatically assign IP address. So DHCP is that application that will take our subnet. So we will provide application to the, we will provide the IP address scheme to DHCP, and DHCP will start assigning to all of the computers. That's what DHCP does. So DHCP is that application. Now, how many places DHCP is used? DHCP is used everywhere. DHCP is used in our home. This is so when I asked you, check what is your IP address at home, this basically is assigned from your router DHCP. So DHCP is basically part of the Rogers router, the router we received from ISP. So so this already has a service called DHCP in this. So that DHCP service is basically assigning all of the devices IP addresses. Your laptop, your smartphones, your TV, everything is getting IP address because of this DHCP server inside your router.
Okay, sir. Another interesting question.
Yes.
Just to clarify myself.
Yes.
So I work for both, like Loblaws and Shoppers. Okay.
Okay.
So when I do a Windows installation for Shoppers, I don't need to assign IP address because it's on DHCP.
Okay.
I totally agree. But whenever I do anything in Loblaws like Zehrs and the Superstore and their pharmacy, I have to physically assign the static IPs. Then why? And it's a big company, right?
Right.
They
Right.
have almost 2,400 stores all around Canada. So it's a big company. Then why are they using static IP? Why not DHCP then? Same like Shoppers, right?
Right. Okay. So there are two companies that needs IP addresses. So Loblaws, so which is I think law. How do you spell that? Loblaws.
LOBLAS.
LOBLAS.
LAWS.
LAWS. Right. So. Right. Okay. So in one company, when you go to you, so we are specifically talking about the POS, right? Point of
No,
sales.
workstation as well.
Workstation as well. So in Shoppers, so in one Shopper Drug Mart, how many computer do you think there are? I mean, how many computer, how many POS? We all go to Shoppers.
POS minimum, you can say 25 and workstations 20 easily. One location.
Really? Even
Yes.
in a medium-sized Shopper Drug Mart where we see just few counters.
Yes. You only see the few counters. There are self-checkouts and they have more. So minimum you can go with 15.
Okay, that's fine. So there are POS, which is point of sales, and then there are laptops as well. There are many
They have a
devices.
workstation, manager workstation,
Right,
cash office workstation, receiving dock,
Okay, so let's say they need 25 IP addresses. So you're saying that when you are setting up Shoppers, or when there is a problem with this, you have to do manual. And this is automatic.
No,
here.
it's on DHCP. I don't need to assign IP address. Just I finish imaging and installation on Windows. That's it. Good to go.
Okay, excellent.
But whenever I do on Lobla, then I have to assign the static IP and everything.
Okay.
So my question is why there is two difference.
Right. So I mean, my first guess is that this is basically their own architecture. So that's how they did it. But I'm trying to understand. And in Loblaws, when you go to, so Loblaws is like a hardware store, right?
No, it's a grocery store with pharmacy.
It's a grocery store with pharmacy, almost like Shoppers.
Yes.
So which
same.
means that they might have a similar number of devices, 50, 25, 20 devices.
Loblaws more than that. At least one location, 50 devices for sure.
50 devices. Okay, yeah. 50. And you're saying that you'll have to, if there is a problem with any device, you'll have to, or you install a new device, you have to manually assign an IP address.
IP address, yes.
Okay. Manually assign an IP address to 50. And where do you get the IP configuration? Is this like some standard document that you have to follow?
For the DNS, all the location is the same DNS, right? But for the IP addresses, there are support. They send me email, or it's already in the ticket. Then I have to follow that. And if I'm able to get the IP address, then I'll get the IP address if system is functioning.
Okay. So most of the time, somebody will provide you the IP address. Someone. So either it is part of the ticket, or you might request them. Then they would say, out of 50, 10 IP addresses are these, and then other 20 IP addresses are these. Is it something like that?
No, it's because it's a predefined IP addresses, static IP addresses. When the machine gets malfunctioned, then I go replace the whole machine, do the installation on Windows. So I use the same old IP address, right? Which were already assigned to the faulty machine, right? Mm-hmm. The only thing that I have to do is if I don't able to get the IP address right then and there from the same machine, then I have to email to support and they send the IP address.
For that particular machine.
They do not send me the random IP address.
Right, it's the same IP address that was assigned to that machine.
Yes.
Okay, and this is I mean, these steps you have to follow on the workstations and the POS and all
Both.
the devices, everything,
Yes.
all
Yes.
all of the devices.
Absolutely.
Okay, wow. So that is basically, I mean, that's a lot of work as compared to a DHCP. Okay, so the only reason that I can think of that why Loblaws did like that is maybe because of the security reasons, because they want a specific IP address assigned to all of their clients for security purposes, that if their IP address is not on that particular device, that device should not work. So let's say tomorrow somebody try to assign another IP address to that machine. First of all, nobody has access to those machines. Only admins or maybe you have access to those
Yes.
machines. So if, let's say, if somebody else has access to that computer and they try to assign an other IP address from the same range, that won't work with that. Because why? Because there is a specific IP address assigned to that IP address with the name. So it is bind to the name of the IP address. So the only reason that I can think of going into that complexity, that they want their network to be more very secure as compared to
Secure.
any other
Yes.
change.
Hmm. So
Okay.
there is no DHCP server then, right?
uh yeah, so in this case there is no DHCP. They're not using DHCP for this.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Right.
So
Okay.
it's pretty okay now.
Okay,
Okay. Okay. Thank
excellent.
you.
So there was a good example for everyone else to understand that sometimes you don't use DHCP, but this is very rare. This is very rare. I mean, in my experience, I've not seen big chains. So working with IBM, working with Microsoft, working with all these companies where there are thousands and thousands of computers. All of the companies use DHCP. All of the companies, because this makes it a lot easier. But since this is their own network, their own their own architecture, so for security reason, I can only think of a security reason they wanted to make it this protected.
And yesterday I did like 2 workstation in pharmacy for Shoppers Drug. It was very straightforward, but Windows 10 image was getting failed, so I did it through SCCM, and it went successfully.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
SCCM, they're using
Yeah.
SCCM.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Uh, okay, so guys, we are today's topic is DHCP. So I'm going into DHCP here, DHCP, and DHCP stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. And what is the main purpose of this DHCP? Main purpose is to assign automatic IP address. Assign automatic IP address. That's the main purpose of this. Now we need to understand how does it work. So first of all, so how does it work in a small or a large network? Now, why do we need to assign automatic IP address? We already discussed that it is for the convenience. It is for the easy management of IP address. So this is for easy management of IP address. So I'm going to say easy management of IP addresses. If DHCP would have not been here, then what we would have done, then the only way to assign IP address is manually. So you need to go to each machine and then set up an IP address. And then every time when the machine crashes or you have to reconfigure, you have to redo the IP address manually. So here, automatic IP address assignment. And the next thing that we also know that DHCP is only used for client machines. We don't use DHCP for servers. So DHCP, and I am going to write that again here. DHCP is used for client machines, client computers. DHCP is not used for DHCP is not used for servers. Okay, next one is going back to, let's quickly jump over to the slides. Okay, I'm trying to open this. Anyways, okay, so DHCP module 2. So let's go by book definition. And here, overview of the DHCP role, deploying DHCP. One word that we know about DHCP is to use to automatic IP address assignment. So in this lesson, we will go through overview of DHCP role. And so DHCP reduces the complexity and the amount of administrative work by using the automatic IP configuration, and automatic IP configuration versus manual configuration. So automatic IP configuration supplies IP address automatically. In manual, we need to do it manually. It ensures automatic IP address ensures correct configuration, and in manually there is a chance for making an error because we do it. There is a chance for human error. So human error can be that instead of configuring a correct IP address, we might sometimes, since we have to do a lot of IP addressing, so there might be a chance of making an error in the IP address. Automatic IP address updates client configuration automatically, and manual IP address can result in possible communication and network issues. Automatic IP address eliminates the common source of network problems, and manual IP address frequent computer moves increase administrative efforts. Okay. So this is so how DHCP allocates an IP address. The DHCP will allocate an IP address by leasing their IP address to different computers, and I'm going to go into that on the whiteboard to understand. Okay, so let's understand that in our simple language. So so here the question is how DHCP assigns an IP address. So there are a few things that we need to remember about DHCP. First of all, we have okay. So first of all, we have many clients that needs an IP address, right? So there are two ways to assign an IP address. One way is to assign an IP address by using manually, but we have opted for having a DHCP server. So now that we have a DHCP server, how can we assign an IP address from a DHCP server? So first of all, we need to understand, in order to understand DHCP, we need to understand our network. So in order to understand networking is done in this manner. We have a switch where all of our computers connected to, and this is a switch to which each port there is a computer connected to. To each port there is a computer connected to. So if I can connect that in this manner, so this computer is connected here. Actually, I need to basically bring it here for easy understanding. So there are 3 computers connected and 1 server connected. And all of the 3 computers are connected to a different port on this server. So now we need to understand the process how DHCP assigns an IP address. Why do we need to understand the process how DHCP assigns an IP address? It will help us troubleshoot the DHCP issues. First of all, in order to have IP addresses, so let's say physical networking is done. Physical networking involves installing a computer and then connecting it through a cable, and then connecting it through a switch and configuring the switch. So physical networking is done. Everything is connected. Now we need to assign IP address. So in order to assign IP address, there is one way that we can go manually assign an IP address to, we all understand, but we need a DHCP for this network. So DHCP is a role that needs to be installed on server 2016. So we have a server 2016. We will install a DHCP role. Once the DHCP role is assigned, is installed, DHCP role needs to be authorized by Active Directory. So you need to have an Active Directory in your network as well, which means that Active Directory can either be on this computer, or for Active Directory, most of the time we have a different server that is acting as Active Directory. So this is our Active Directory server. Active Directory. How do you have Active Directory server? How do you have Active Directory server? All you need to do is to have server 2016 and add a role called ADDS. So this becomes an Active Directory server. So since it is an Active Directory server, so first you need to, in order to have DHCP, you must have Active Directory. Without Active Directory, you cannot provide IP address to all of the machines that are part of Active Directory. But your question might be, can we have DHCP without Active Directory? Yes, we can have DHCP without Active Directory, and the example is our home network. In our home network, we don't have Active Directory, but DHCP is working. So DHCP service can work anywhere, but especially in the Active Directory network, DHCP needs authorization from Active Directory server. So which means that all of the network, Shoppers Drug Mart, IBM, Rogers, they all have Active Directory, and DHCP needs an Active Directory authentication to provide IP address to Active Directory clients. Okay. So here we have server 2016, and we added a role called DHCP. Now DHCP needs an authorization, and once we install DHCP, you will see that it is very easy to install and configure DHCP. But here, just for the point, just for our understanding, so just for our understanding, we need DHCP, we need Active Directory authorization. So I'm going to write here ADDS authorization. And this is just one simple step where I will show you how to authorize a DHCP server. Let's say DHCP server is all authorized. And now what happens now in DHCP, we will configure our first subnet. So DHCP, we will configure our subnet. Where do we get the subnet? We get it from the networking team, or if it is a small network, we decided for ourselves that the subnet in this clinic, we are going to use is 0.0/24. So which means that this subnet, all of the clients will be getting IP addresses from 1 to 255. So probably if we configure that subnet without any without any special configuration, so the first client will receive an IP address of, so I'm going to duplicate this slide because I am going to need this slide. I mean, with just basic configuration, without any special configuration, then the first IP address from the DHCP will receive an IP address. So this first client will receive an IP address from this subnet 192.168.0.1 will be given to the first one. Second one will get 0.2, third one will get 0.3, and so on. So without any special configuration. Now, what is about without any special configuration? The special configuration will be that, remember, we need to set aside first 10 IP address. We don't need to assign the first 10 IP address because we need to keep it separate for some administration task. So which means that our real subnet will start from, so special configuration, or I can say this is special or custom configuration. In custom or special configuration, we can use basically, we can set aside, we can use IP address from 192.168.0.10 to, we can utilize these IP address within the subnet to 0 dot, let's say 230. 230, and remaining after 230, how many IP addresses are there? So 230, which means 15 IP addresses. So because total is 255, so remaining is, so first 10 and last 15 we are not using. So this subnet we will be using. Why we are doing that? Is this absolutely required? No, this is not absolutely required. I mean, this is not absolutely mandatory that you leave out first 10 and last 10 IP addresses. Where this is a normal practice that we do in all of the networks, to not to use the first 10 and the last 10 IP addresses, just to keep them separate for any other devices. So for example, if a new printer is here and all of the IP address between this range is used, so that is kind of a reserved range IP addresses. Okay, so now that we decided that our subnet in DHCP will start from IP address 10 and it goes till 23. So in that case, the first IP address will be, or that automatically will be assigned to the client, will be 0.10. And the second IP address that will be automatically assigned will be 0.11. And the third IP address that will be automatically assigned will be 0.12. So in that case, so this is the subnet. So that's the second point I wanted to make, that once you have the server ready, then we install DHCP service, DHCP role, and then we authorize it from Active Directory, and then we configure a subnet. When configuring a subnet, we got this subnet either from the networking admin, or in a small network, we can automatically select a subnet for us. So in both ways, we got a subnet. And then from the subnet, we left out, we're not using, we reserved first 10 IP addresses, first 9 IP addresses in this case, and last 15 IP addresses in this case, we are not using, and our subnet will start from 10 to 230. Okay.
So, sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So how come this ADDS 2016 server knows that 10 IPs, first 10 IPs are reserved? And how
Yes.
come
Yes.
how come rest of the IPs automatically assigned while we didn't do anything in the ADDS, I mean this server?
Yes, so this is where I'm saying that we will configure that. So this is, I mean, this is all the DHCP configuration. So when we are configuring the subnet, in the subnet, we will configure this range. In the subnet, we will configure. So by default, it won't be configured. So when we configure it, then DHCP will know that, okay, this subnet will start from 10. So the first, so the DHCP will go to the subnet, it will check the first IP address and give it to the client.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, and Alamgir is saying the range will be, okay, yeah. So, so Alamgir, the range will be 192.168 0.11. So the first one, so the second one will be this, and the first one will be 192.168 0.10. And the third one will be 192.168. So this is just, I've written that without the complete IP address, just to make it simple. So just to save the space, but the range will be this. So first computer will get an IP address 192.168.0.10. Second will get 192.168.0.11. Third will get 192.168.0.12, and so on. So all of the rest of them will get this. So, okay. So now we understand. Sorry?
So it will give like in numbers like 11, 10 in a row, or what?
Oh, yes, yes. It will.
It will change, like one is 11, one is 29, then.
No. It will. So the first time when it will start, it will sequentially give the numbers.
Okay, with the sequence. Okay.
Yeah. So the first time. Then let's say if this computer is not available for a week time, and I'm going to mention, so I'm going to go into the process. Let's say if this IP address is available, why? Because this client is not here. So this client, so this IP address will be assigned to any client that is available. So, but the first time when it starts with a sequence. It doesn't go randomly assigning all different numbers. Okay, so the first time it will start with sequence. First client will get first IP address, then second, then third, then fourth. Okay, so now
So
that
during
we
the
yes.
configuration, you have an option to choose that after like certain days, if this like if one computer is not assigned, so it should automatically assign this IP address to the different.
Yes, yes, that's what happened in DHCP. That is what happens in DHCP, that if one IP address is not assigned, if one IP address is, if one computer is not available, that IP address will be given to somebody else.
So you manually configure this step, sir?
No, this is part of DHCP, and I'm going to explain that now.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so guys here, now let's think of, so the next thing that, so in this slide, we understood that how do we install a DHCP server, and we are going to go into this in more detail once we practically, once we do a practical and configure the DHCP in our, on our network. But here, so here now let's understand. So the other question is, what is a DHCP process? How does it assign IP address? How does it get it back in DHCP? So what is, so this is, this slide is about what is DHCP process. Now DHCP works in 4 steps. DHCP works in 4 steps, and the 4 steps are known as DORA steps. Have you ever heard of the word DORA? If you have small kids, I think you might have heard of this name, DORA. DORA stands for Dora is a very famous cartoon. That's why I'm saying that if you have small kids, they are very fond of this cartoon. I mean, very, very small kids. So, so DORA, but here, in order to understand the DHCP process, we need to understand DORA. DORA stands for discover. And discover, second one is discover offer. And so discover, offer, request. And the last one is acknowledge. LEDGE. So acknowledge. So the last one, so this works in 4 steps. So discover, offer, request, and acknowledge. So once you set up the DHCP, all the clients will follow this same process in order to request an IP address from DHCP. So here, acknowledge. So 4 step. So now keeping that in mind that this computer needs an IP address. So let's say this computer starts now and it needs an IP address. So so assuming that all of the network is already configured with DHCP and this is a new client that needs an IP address. So so the very first thing what it does, it will send a broadcast to all of the computers, to all the ports on this computer, actually in fact to all of the computers within the network, that it needs an IP address. So here it will send a broadcast to all of the computers. So the first step is that this computer is sending a broadcast. So broadcast to all network. So it sends a broadcast out that it needs an IP address. Needs an IP address. So that's the first step. Now broadcast simply means, so there are 2 types of broadcast message. One is broadcast and one is broadcast, and the second one is unicast. Unicast is simple, that message that when one computer is sending directly a message to the second computer. So if this computer needs to send a message to this computer only and not to the other, that is known as unicast. But broadcast is something, just like a broadcast. So broadcast radio is broadcasting their transmission. Broadcast is whenever you broadcast, it is sent to all of the computers. So when this computer sends this message that it needs an IP address, since it is the first time connecting to this network, or maybe you went home and you took the laptop, and the next morning you connect the laptop to the router to your network again. So this computer is asking for IP. This computer is looking for a DHCP server. That first step is known as discover part. Discover part is when the computer, as soon as you connect to the network, it will broadcast a message that I need an IP address. That broadcast will go to this all the ports, and that includes all of the computers. So broadcast will go here and here, and to the Active Directory server and to the DHCP server as well. So here I'm going to say that this is Active Directory server, AD server, and this is a DHCP server. So this first step is known as a discover. And then what happens that who can offer their IP address? So this broadcast will go to this computer, it won't do anything. This broadcast will go to this computer, it won't do anything. This broadcast will go to this computer, and this won't do anything because they don't have that software to reply to this special message. So this special message will be replied by the DHCP server. So as soon as it goes to a DHCP server, DHCP will reply back with an offer of IP address. So this will, second is DHCP takes the message, DHCP offers to the requesting client. So this is the second part. So which means that this message will be sent. So here, first of all, the broadcast goes from here to the network, and as soon as it reached the DHCP server, and it was actually, so remember that discover, it's a broadcast, it went to all of the computers. So, and the only server that will respond back is the DHCP, and DHCP will respond back with a request. So it will go back to this user that, okay, that somebody responded back. So it's like it's responded back with a request. It's saying that, okay, that I have IP addresses, and then you can request an IP address. So that second part is known as offer. The DHCP offers an IP address. And in the third part, what happens is, in the third part, the DHCP, now this client will request an IP address. So this is the third. So third is the client requests an IP address. So here I'm going to say requests an IP address. So that is the third, and it goes back to a DHCP server, and DHCP at that point receiving the request from this specific client, then DHCP will acknowledge that IP address, provides that IP address, and then the client will acknowledge that IP address is the IP address. So here the acknowledge part is right here on the client once the client receives an IP address. So that's the 4-part process that all the DHCP that all of the DHCP goes through in order to assign an IP address. So first one, the client will request an IP address. I mean, client is looking for a DHCP server. Is there a DHCP server on the network? So that goes to this and this and this. So the only server that has the DHCP role will reply back that I am a DHCP server and you can request an IP address. So in the second part, DHCP will say request an IP address, which is the second part. And the third is that client will receive an IP address and client will acknowledge that IP address. So this happens to all of the machines when the first time when they are joining into to a DHCP. So this happens every time when you get a new smartphone at home and you need to connect it to your network. So the first time this 4-part process happens on your phone in the background. So this is transparent to us, and this is but exact, but there is a reason for all these 4 steps. I mean, this could have been, this client would directly send a broadcast and DHCP would have assigned an IP address. This could be just 2-step process, but there is a reason for 4-step process. So, okay, so the first thing that we understand, and I will take your questions in a moment. So let's understand this first. It's how many steps process? It's 4 4-step process, guys. It's a 4-step process. I need your attention on this. And this is very, very simple. So it's a 4-step process. One is the client discovers a DHCP server, DHCP offers an IP address, then client will request an IP address, and then the DHCP will acknowledge, and the client will acknowledge that the IP address is provided. So that's the first thing. But what happens the next morning? So the first day the client is connected, the IP address is assigned to this IP address. Then what happens the next day? So you took your laptop again, and the next morning you are connected. Guys, the next morning this process won't happen. The next morning this client will automatically have an IP address. So automatically all the client will get an IP address for 7 days lease. So for 7 days, the IP address will be provided for 7 days. So the lease time, this is known as the lease time, is 7 days. So for 7 days, this IP address, let's say this client has received an IP address of 0.25. This IP address will be assigned to this machine for 25 days, for 7 days. And within 7 days, within 7 days, this machine doesn't have to go through this process. So the next day, the machine will, as soon as the machine is connected, the machine already receives an IP address, because within the DHCP, it keeps a list of all of the machine names and IP address. For example, this machine name is PC2. So in DHCP, it will be listed as PC2 has been assigned this IP address 192.168.0.25. Now, so every day when PC2 will connect, DHCP will already know that it doesn't need to provide a new IP address. Same IP address will be provided to this machine. But what happens on 8th day? On 8th day, if machine is not connected, let's say you went on vacation and your machine is not connected to the network. So the 8th day, this IP address will be considered as a free or a vacant IP address, and this IP address will be assigned to somebody else. But for next 7 days, this IP address won't be assigned to anyone else. Now let's take an example of a second machine. Second machine is connected for the first time on the network. It will go through this DORA process. So DORA process, it will send a broadcast to all of them that I need an IP address. So it goes to this, and DHCP will reply back. It will offer, the client will request, and the user and this machine, let's say this machine is PC3. So this will get an IP address of 0. Let's say 26, the next IP address. And within the DHCP, it will record that PC3 has 26 IP address. And same goes for the next machine and next machine. So this is known as the lease process. This is known as the IP address assigning process. But there is few things that we need to understand about the lease timing as well. So in the lease timing, what happens is, and I'm going to repeat that in a moment. So if I go back to this slide again, and
Sir, can I ask you a question?
yes, please go ahead.
Because these machines are on DHCP and it's communicating with ADDS server. So what about the domain join? Will it automatically join the domain, or do we have to join the domain?
Okay, I missed that last part because I think your voice was dropped.
Okay, so I'm saying these client machines, right? It's on DHCP, communicating with DHCP server.
Right.
So what happened joining the domain?
Yes. So before, so first of all, if you, in your company, if you have Active Directory, the computer must be part of Active Directory before it gets an IP address from DHCP. So that's the first requirement. Let's say if your machine is not part of DHCP, not part of Active Directory, DHCP won't provide an IP address. So which means that if you're working for Shoppers Network and you take your home laptop to Shoppers Network, DHCP won't give you an IP address.
True.
Okay, so this is for security reasons.
Yeah.
right? So, okay, so do you have any other question?
Yes. So, but I'm talking about in our lab,
Right,
like we have a virtual client and virtual server and machines, everything.
right.
So do we in our, I'm talking about in terms of our lab, do we have to join the domain if we create the DHCP server, or it will automatically join the domain?
No, no. We have to join the computers to the domain first, and then DHCP will assign an IP address. So the process will be, even in our VMware network here, we will basically install a Active Directory server, then client our Windows 10 machine to Active Directory, and then DHCP will assign an IP address.
Okay. And then we will join the domain too, right?
We first join to the domain, and then DHCP will
And then
assign,
okay.
right?
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
So everyone, so now we know the process of DORA. DORA process is very simple. All we need to remember is to remember these 4 words: discover, and then request, and offer, and acknowledge. Discover is from the client. So this is from the client to DHCP server, and it is a broadcast that is sent to everyone. And then a client to DHCP server, and request is from DHCP server. So DHCP server would say that I have an IP address, you can get an IP address from me, and then the client will go back to the DHCP server requesting the IP address, and DHCP will acknowledge the request. And at the same time, once the IP address, the client will also acknowledge that the IP address is assigned. Okay. Now about the lease time. So here I wanted to lease time. Now the lease time is by default 7 days. Lease time of each IP address is 7 days. So for 7 days, this IP address will be assigned to this computer. But can you change the lease time? Yes, we can change the lease time. We can change the lease time. So we can change it to 14 days. We can change it to 50 days, whatever. So this is part of DHCP configuration. First question is, can we change the lease time? Yes, we can change the lease time. So how does it work? So in order to make sure that DHCP functions properly within all of the network, okay, so before even that, can you change it to even 1 day? Yes, the lease time can be 1 day as well. Now, why would you need to change the lease time to 1 day? In a busy network, we need to change it to 1 day. Why? Because in a busy network meaning in a large network, the machines, people are every day, they bring their laptops and they connect. And then, so, I mean, you cannot afford to have 7 days lease time. Let's say in your company, there are people, there are sales staff that is always on the move. So 3 days in the office, and then 4 days out of the office. So for 3 days, that IP address will be reserved for nothing. So for that reason, in most of the large companies, we keep a lease time to just 1 day. So for 1 day, this IP address is assigned to this machine, and next day it will be assigned to another machine. But with the lease time, there is a small process that we need to understand. So lease time is, let's say, 7 days. 7 days lease time. What happens is DHCP, once the 50% of the time is finished, after 50% of the time is finished, 50% of the lease time, DHCP will send a message to the client saying that, do you still need this IP address? After 50% of the time, and the client would say, yes, I need if the client is connected, the client will automatically reply back, I need the IP address, and it will keep that IP address for the reserved for this machine. So after 50% of the time. But let's say if the client was not there, let's say this is my laptop and I'm not at work, and after 50% of the time, DHCP try to make sure that my client is available. Let's say I was not available at that time, then the DHCP will send another message after 75% of the time. Then after 75% of the time, DHCP will try to acknowledge again, do you still need that IP address? At that point, if the client does not reply, let's say I'm not at work for next 7 days, after 75% of the time, that IP address will be considered as a free. If the client doesn't reply, then that IP address will be considered as a free IP address, and that means that after 100% of the time, this IP address should be given to another machine. So let's take this example for one day. If this IP address is assigned to a machine for 24 hours, so for 24 hours, this IP address is assigned. After 12 hours, DHCP, so to start with, it was 24 hours. And after 12 hours, DHCP will try to make sure that if if the client is still available, if the client still needs this IP address. So after 12 hours, it will make sure, and then if not, then after I think 18 or 19 hours, it will try to make sure again. And after that, this IP address will be given to another client machine if the client is not available. So that's the lease timing that happens, and that this happens all transparent to this. Now, is this the same process that is happening at home as well for all our machines? Yes, this is the same process is happening for our Wi-Fi network as well. So there is a lease time that is applied. Now, why this is important? This is not that important for why is it important for a machine to keep an IP address? So for a machine to keep an IP address, it's only important for servers purposes, because many of the services connect to DHCP with their IP addresses, and many of the services connect to a server using the name. So if every day, if let's say there is a lease of one day and you are assigning an IP address to a server, and every day a new IP address is assigned to a server, then the services working in the server will be disturbed. Because in server's case, changing an IP address can be very disastrous. Why? Because the database is the servers have databases, servers have important applications, and thinking of a real life scenario. Let's say this server is a banking server for a bank where users connect to. So if we bring another server, let's take an example of this server, which is working in the bank, and this server where all of the users connect to connect to make a transaction, to log into the server and deposit or withdraw money from the server, or maybe make a transfer. And if the IP address is assigned from a DHCP, the lease will expire one day, and this IP address will be given to maybe somebody else after some time. If this IP address is changed, then these users will be disconnected, because users are connected to this server every day to make their transactions. So server needs to have a static IP address. So this is why server needs to have a static IP address. For the client machines, clients will get automatic IP addresses, number one, but there should be a process in DHCP that if the client is not available, then that IP address can be used for other client machines. Let's say if this lease process is not there, then if the IP address is assigned to this machine for good, then it means that that IP address is gone. And in a busy network where you have every day people connecting to your network, then there won't be enough IP address for others to work with. So that's the advantage of DHCP. Number one, automatic IP addresses. Number two is that it will keep track of the lease time, and it will keep track if the client is not connected, then that IP address should be given to somebody else so that they can connect to the network. Okay. Now quickly reviewing this, guys, please type yes in the chat window if you're still available, awake, active, and all. I know that this is a lot of discussions, and it's very natural. If we don't do any activity, then we definitely go off road. So I just wanted to make sure that we are all on the same page here. Okay, guys, going back to the screen here. Going back to the screen, how many things have we discussed so far? And in few minutes we will start installing our infrastructure, so there will be a change of activity. But here today we started understanding from okay, so from here we started understanding from DHCP. DHCP stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. Okay, and Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, and I am going to copy this in a Word file. Okay, so here I am deleting this and I'm gonna copy this. Uh, okay, so what I'm thinking is that uh, you take a snapshot. All of you take a snapshot in a Word file. Is this would this be a correct? Because I want you to discuss these slides among yourself. I want you to discuss these slides. So slide number 1, and slide number 2, and slide number 3, and slide number 4. So lease time, DHCP, discover process, and then this and this. I'm just thinking that how can you look at this? Okay, so in so in here in Zoom there is something called breakout groups. So I'm going to create a breakout groups of 3 people each, and one person will explain this to other 2 people. Okay, and but I'm just thinking that how can I basically give you all of these slides so that you can discuss that on your own. Uh, Probably if you have your notes, but I want you to discuss everything in these slides. So what I'm going to do is let me first copy these slides into a Word file, and I will share that Word file with you. So in the meantime, I will share this Word file. So slide number 1, and so I'm going to move it here. Slide number 2. So once I share this file, guys, the process is that one person will explain it to, and every time that person will rotate. So we are going to rotate. So be ready to explain in your own words, to the other 2 people in your group. So all you need to do is, so you will have this, I'm sharing this Word document. So you need to go through slide 1 and explain what is DHCP. It's all written here. Just say that in your own words and then explain this process. So here we said DHCP needs to be authorized from Active Directory. Then once we configure the subnet, then we can within the subnet, we can leave out the first 10 IP addresses from this slide, and then the IP address will start from 10, 11, and 12. In the next slide, you can discuss the DHCP process. DHCP process follows a DORA process, which is discover, offer, request, and acknowledge. So you need to describe that process within the group. And the next one is the lease process. So after 50% of the time, DHCP is trying to make sure that you are available. The client replies back after 50% of the time, the IP address will be still kept with the machine. If the client doesn't reply back, then after 75% of the lease time expiry, it will try again and ask, are you still available? Do you still need that IP address? Then the client would say, yes, I need. So that IP address will be still provided to this. But if the client is not available after this, then the IP address will be considered as free and it will be given to somebody else. Then what happens to this client? Let's say if this client came after 75% of the time, so this client will get an other IP address, will the new IP address. So client won't have that previous IP address. The client will just get a new IP address. So I'm sharing this document now. I'm sharing this document right here within. So here. So where should I share? I should share that on a WhatsApp group. So I'm going to share that on a WhatsApp group, guys. Once you get this document, so I'm just going to copy this here and you should all get it. So please open the document on your machines, everyone. I think you all will be able to get the document. Please open the document. And in the meantime, I'll create a breakout groups. Okay, so let me see that. So guys, we do understand, so I can hear you. I mean, you cannot see my screen because I have to create the breakout rooms. And when I create a breakout room, we have 3 to 4 participants and okay, I'm just setting that up. In the meantime, you can download the document, everyone. So we have Salim, Wasim, Zishan, and Ashish. And so Ashish is logged in from the number. How many people are logged in from the phone? Let me just see that. Asher and Zishan. Naveed. Okay, that's fine. Um, okay, guys. So you will be automatically going into separate rooms with 2 or 3 people, and I can join in any time. I can join to any room. So all you need to do is to share your screen with the notes. Let's try this. Actually, I haven't tried that before, but I saw this option as a breakout room, and this is very good for discussion. So one person basically can explain, and and we will rotate that. So this is very important in terms of interview, that you should basically we should all be in that practice of explaining this stuff. So I think Wasim and Zishan, you are in one room. Okay. So can you guys hear me? Oh, there are people not available, I guess. So here, who can hear me? Anyone can hear me here? I mean, this is the main class. So this is the main class where we are. I can see here we have Wasim, you're here.
I can hear you, sir.
Okay. So Wasim, there are three rooms. There are three meeting rooms. So the idea is that people can discuss whatever we have discussed here. So somehow you're not part of the room. Let me bring it. Let me try to connect you to another room here.
Okay.
Mm. And where is Naveed? Naveed is not here. So Ashish and Alamgir are discussing with each other. Salim and Zishan, they are in room number 2. Okay, so people are discussing. There are actually 3 breakout rooms. So Wasim, I'm not able to add you to any room because because I think you re-signed in to the room, and Usher is not here, so everyone else, and Naveed is not able to do that. But it's a very good practice. So since everyone is explaining to everyone, and in one room, when you have just 2 people, then you can explain, and it's an excellent thing. So since it is for the first time, that's why we are having this kind of a glitch here.
Yes, sir. So I am all alone for now. That's okay. I can talk to you. Me and you can talk.
No, actually, we have Naveed here with us as well. Naveed, can you hear us? Okay, Naveed is not here, and that's another good way of finding out who is here, who is active on this. Asher, are you here? You can type that in the chat window if you. So this discussion is very, very important. So maybe, yeah. So Wasim, can you quickly just recap? The same. Can you just discuss anything about DHCP that we've gone
Sir, I
through?
think so far we discussed 2 ways to assign IPs, I guess. One is the manual IP, one is the automatic DHCP. We call it
Right.
DHCP IP, right?
Right.
And
Did you?
DHCP is used to, automatic assign IPs, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Especially for the big environment or
Mm-hmm.
large corporate or enterprises.
Mm-hmm.
And there are ways to set up the DHCP, right? To set up the DHCP, we have to have the ADDS, and then we have to assign the role, DHCP role,
Okay. Yes.
right?
Yes. Right.
And
So
then within that DHCP, we have to add the subnets.
Right. So Wasim, do you have that document open in front of you somewhere so that we can cover everything? So I shared the document on WhatsApp. If you have a
Okay, let
WhatsApp,
me open the document. Okay.
yes, yes.
Okay, it's in front of me.
Okay. So there are 4 slides in that, maybe whatever you can.
So let's start from DORA, I guess.
Okay, sure.
Right. Basically, DORA is a term, and there are 4 steps like discover, offer, request, and acknowledge. Right.
Right.
In discover, what happened is the client machine broadcasts the request
Mm-hmm.
to get the IP address, and it goes all the way to the server, DHCP server, right?
Mm-hmm.
And DHCP server send back the request and get the acknowledgement and send back the confirmation to the broadcaster, like the client machine, and then DHCP acknowledge that.
Right.
Right?
Excellent. Yes.
Okay, and then there is a lease time, okay, for each IP address or each machine. If the machine is not connected for like next 7 days, it will not get the same IP address. This is what my understanding is.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
So yes. Okay, that's good. So let me bring everyone back here now, and then we will continue. So how do I bring everyone back? Close rooms. All breakout room will close in
So, sir,
55.
can I ask you another question?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Everything is fine. In between the server and the client machine, there is a switch.
Mm-hmm.
So the switch is just doing the bridging at the moment, or we have to configure the switch with the server too?
No, so fridge, I'm saying fridge. It is doing bridging actually. So it is
Yes.
just connecting all the client machines to other client machines and the server. but there is some configuration that the networking team has to do.
Yes. I know.
Right.
And these switch ports are the when it's on DHCP, it must be on VLAN then, right?
Not really. VLANs are used for different purpose. VLANs are used for on one switch if you have multiple networks. So if you have multiple networks, then you need VLANs. Otherwise, normal switches, we don't use VLANs.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I think everyone is back.
Sir.
Yes, go ahead, Ashish.
No, we're back. That's what I just said.
Okay, excellent, excellent.
Yes, sir. We are back, sir.
Very good, very good. So guys, this was the first time we tried a breakout room, and it's I think it is a very, very good practice. So from now on, we will be having this exercise. So first I will explain the slide concept with you, and then in a group of 1 or 2 or 3, then you all can discuss with each other. What do you think?
Yes, sir. It's very good. Like we have discussed everything, and it's good. It's good to practice, sir.
Okay, excellent, excellent, very good. So we are back in one room, and I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, guys. So since now we know a little bit, I mean, a lot. So I'm not gonna say a lot about DHCP, but we know a lot. I mean, we know all of the practical part of DHCP. I mean, the things that needs to be understood. The main stuff. Now, the rest of the DHCP, we need to basically set it up practically. We need to do it. We need to configure the DHCP on the server. So in order to do that, guys, please start 2 servers and the client machine. So start the 2 servers and client machine, and make sure that it is logged in. And oh, okay. So that reminds me that we need to get a custom lab status as well. Okay. So in the meantime, while I'm explaining that what do we need to do in the lab, here you can start the 2 servers and a client machine, and make sure that the client machine is joined to Active Directory and it is working. So the same lab that we are you're working with on the same lab that you're working for the custom lab, you can work with that. But if you have a separate class lab, that will be good as well. So DHCP implementation. DHCP implementation requires. Okay, Naveed, thank you so much. You are back. Yes, I saw your message, and so we had a discussion group, and I will explain it to you later. So we all discussed that in a group of 2 or 3. So in the meantime, what we are doing now is we are setting up DHCP. So in DHCP, all we need, so our architecture is this. Guys, just one more thing that I wanted to discuss with you. One more thing that I wanted to show you actually is this website. The website is called draw.io. Draw. I think that is the name. Draw.io. Now within this website, you can create an architecture diagram. So you need to create an architecture diagram for your custom lab as well. Guys, for the custom lab, think of this as so custom lab is very, very important. Custom lab is very important, and Ashar already knows about this website. And this website is really, really kind of a blessing, because in order to make an architecture diagram, it's not easy to make architecture diagrams. But this website is so good that you can get automatic templates. So for the custom lab, you need to build an architecture diagram, and if you can use this website, that will be excellent. So all you need to do is to go to this website, draw.io. So I'm going to copy that in the chat window. Once you're on this website, you can go to create new diagram. So you can create new diagram, and here you can use, create all types of diagrams, flow charts, and you have organizational charts and this and that. So what we are interested in is the cloud diagram. So we can create a cloud diagram, or you can also go with a network diagram as well. So this is a network diagram where you can build a smaller to large network. Let's say, take an example of this one. Here we have a Wi-Fi network, I think. So let's create this. So here it automatically gives you this diagram. So in this, let me try to make it smaller so that we can see. Here you have internet, then you have your router connected, and with router you have all your networks connected. So this is a good diagram for your architecture as well. So here on this side we have all types of servers. You can bring in server, connect to a server, use your creativity to make a diagram. So this is just on the side. Just use this wherever you like to create a diagram of a server. Here you have images of everything, and it will give you a diagram. Once you make a diagram, then you take a picture, a snapshot, and put it in your document. So in this case, since I already have here, so I'm going to make a quick architecture. So in our architecture, we have two servers. One is Active Directory server, and the other one is DHCP server, and we have one client machine. So we have one client machine that is connected through a switch. So this is our architecture. Everyone, once your servers are switched on, please let me know in the chat window. Everyone, once your servers are on, let me know in the chat window. So your servers are, so we have one server, second server, and the third server. So one of the server is, so here, this server will be, so this server is our Active Directory server. This is Active Directory server, and DHCP we will install on the second server. And then we also have a client machine. So this is Windows 10. Windows 10, for now, there is an IP address we configured manually. So they are all connected to this switch. Remember that this switch is the NAT switch that we have from VMware. So for now, there is a manual IP address, manual IP. We will remove this manual IP, and then we will get an IP address from DHCP. But on this DHCP, we need to do all of the configuration. So what type of configuration we are looking for? Number one, we will log into all the machines, log into all of the machines, and make sure, and first of all, just make sure the basic configuration is working. So make sure, so log in to both servers and client. Servers and clients. Okay, this is the first thing. And the second is, second is make sure they're working properly. So make sure they're working properly. Okay, so make sure they're pinging. First of all, guys, we are not setting up DHCP unless we 100% make sure our environment is error-free. Now, that means is that we don't want to get into the basic troubleshooting. Before we can configure DHCP, let's say we switch on all our computers and then we start installing DHCP, but then later on we find out that there was a firewall open on server one, and the client machine is not able to ping this and that. For that reason, we are making sure that our network is working is properly, and then we can start installing DHCP. So first of all, log into all of the to both servers and the client. Number one, ping all three, ping all machines from each other, ping all. servers and client. So they should be able to ping, number one. And number three is make sure that all the machines are joined to Active Directory. All computers joined to AD. And so how do you make sure that all computers are joined to AD? You need to go into server, you need to go into server information and see, actually, sorry, you need to go into local server manager and local server, and it should be domain, not work group. So you need to make sure from server manager. You need to make sure from server manager, number one, and number two, server manager. So guys, work with each other and in your WhatsApp group as well, and make sure, Ashish, you're working with your team, and actually work together, guys. So whoever has a problem, just let me know in the chat window that you're not able to ping, you're not, we all will help each other. Okay, so so server manager, you need to make sure that go into server manager, then locals, then you need to go to local server, and within the local server, make sure it's a domain, it's not a work group. So that's number three. And number four is log into all the machines from the domain, not on the local machine. So log in to all computers on Active Directory. All computers on AD. And how do you do that? When logging in, make sure that you use a domain name before the username. When logging in, make sure you have your domain name. So our domain name, I think whatever your domain name is, let's say if your domain name is 360 cloud /administrator. So always log in with this. So guys, these are the steps that we need to do every time when you're setting up everything, when you're setting up any service. So you're setting up first time, let's say WDS service, WSUS service, failover cluster, SCCM application, SCOM application, any application, whenever you're trying to install anything, always make sure all these are fine. And once you make sure that all these are fine, then take a snapshot. So that snapshot will be known as a good snapshot. So every time when you start, you can go back to that snapshot and then you can start fresh with this. So I will give you like, let's say 5 minutes. 5 minutes, just guys, everyone, please provide me an update that how's your network. Are these all 4 points? You have checked all the 4 points, and if there is any issue, just let me know that if you, in the meantime, I'm starting my own network as well. So
Maybe one question to ask you that this DHCP server is on where we are having Active Directory domain services.
yes. Can you repeat your question? Sorry, I didn't get that.
You can install it on the second server. I guess that's what he was asking, maybe.
Yes, I want to know like on which server we are going to add the role for DHCP server. The first one in which we are having ADDS, or the second one?
Second server. So first
Okay.
server is DHCP. We are not changing anything on the DHCP server. Sorry, first server is Active Directory. We are not making any changes on the first server. DHCP will be on the second server. But what I am requesting at the moment, please let me confirm that all the 4 points that you see on the slide, you've verified. Have you verified all the 4 points?
Yes, all the 4 points are okay.
So which means that you are logged into the two servers and client. All the servers are pinging each other. firewalls are off and
Correct.
right? Okay, good. So if
Yes.
you're 100% sure, then on DHCP server, install the DHCP role. And then I will provide further instructions. So I'll wait for others to basically verify or confirm all these as well.
Sir, so should I add the role on server 2, CANAPS 2,
Zishan,
DHCP role? Yes, sir.
no, hold on. Yes, so on CANAPS 2, you need to add the DHCP role, guys. But before adding the DHCP role, take a snapshot because you're using those servers for your custom lab. So when doing a custom lab, you can revert back to your own. So I don't want to disturb your custom lab because of DHCP, but we can use this infrastructure. So take a snapshot of all 3 machines at this point before installing DHCP.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so far 2 people have confirmed that all these points. Number 1, Dishan and Naveed. What about Ashish, Salim, and everyone? Wasim, Ashar. How's your network? So Ashish is saying on and installed in server 2. Ashish, what are you installing on server 2? DHCP?
Yes, sir.
But have you taken a snapshot before this?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. Um, so in the meantime, I'll start my servers. So server number 1 and server number 2. Uh-oh. And the client machine. So 3 machines will be installing. And Salim, how's your network doing?
So, yeah, I'm just started, so I'm doing now.
Okay, very good. So Wasim, how's your network?
Sir, ping test is fine. I took the snapshot of all 3 machines.
Okay, very good. And you have Active Directory and making sure Active Directory. Okay, so you're on ping test. Haven't tested the Active Directory.
No. And then
Okay.
after that, I'll install the role in DC2.
Excellent, excellent, good. So take a snapshot and Ashar, please provide your lab update as well.
Sir, mine firewalls are off, but 2 machines are pinging with each other, but not with the server 1. I checked, everything is fine. Yeah, strange.
Okay, so you're saying if your firewalls are off and 2 machines are pinging and others are not pinging.
Yeah, client and server 2, they are pinging, but they are pinging even with each other. And I can check server 1. It shows me like IP address and everything is right. Maybe I just need to check network code.
Yes, please.
Fatima,
Try everything.
Sorry, but if I try to ping with the computer name also.
Oh,
Yes. Otherwise, Alamgir, there are now consultants sitting here. They can troubleshoot and fix your machine for a small charge.
yeah, sure.
No problem.
But sir, you are the boss of all the consultants.
No, I let my chelas work on this.
Yeah, he's gonna manage all the incoming payments, right?
Yes,
Sir,
please.
after installing this, the option is showing complete DHCP configuration. So should I click this one as well?
Complete DHCP. No, wait. Just wait for me to show you the configuration, because you need to authorize the server. So there is one option that if you miss, then you'll have to redo the installation.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay. So I'm about to make sure that to verify everything quickly. So I'm gonna log into all of them. So guys, if you're looking at the screen, always make sure that you're logged in using the domain name. So I'm making sure 360 cloud/administrator, or in your case, if it is Canop's domain, then make sure that you're logging into a domain. So I'm logging into this domain, number one. And on the second server, I am also logging into the domain. I've also taken a snapshot as well, so that I can revert back anytime whenever I like. So if I make sure my snapshot, I have a good config snapshot. So which means that every time I can jump back to this snapshot. And from the client machine just started on its own, and I just need to make sure that if it is part of Active Directory. So if you're looking at the screen, so client machine, I can go to open, I can open Windows Explorer. I can open Windows Explorer on a client machine, and from here I can go to this PC and go to properties. So on a client machine, going to this PC and properties, we can make sure. So this is part of a work group. This is not part of a domain. So I need to make it part of a domain. So for that, I can just click settings, change, and from here, I can change it to the 360 cloud domain, enter. It should ask me for the username and password. And if the network is in reach, firewalls are off, and computers are pinging each other, so this should be a smooth transition from a work group to a domain. So in this, always be ready to complete the basic troubleshooting, everyone. We are all at this level that we should be able to finish, fix, and basically troubleshoot this and fix this. If let's say if this is not able to join, then it means, so here you can see the message, welcome to the 360 cloud domain, which means that from all aspects, everything is working fine on this machine. So for this one, I'm just going to restart it for one time, and then we can start configuring DHCP. So far, my server number one has Active Directory, DNS, IAS, and doesn't have DHCP, whereas my second server has IAS role only. It doesn't have DHCP, and the client machine is just a client machine. Now, in order to install a DHCP, so let me first explain. Let me first write few general steps. So, guys, always remember these steps needs to be done before every lab. Before every lab, you need to complete these steps, and take the best will be take a snapshot, so that you'll have to do less and less troubleshooting when setting up new services. So on the next slide, I'm going to explain what is required on how do you install DHCP. So in order to install a DHCP, install DHCP. First of all, so log into the server, log into server 2 in our case. Number one. Number two is then and then add a role. So we know that from where to add a role. So I'm not writing that here. So add DHCP role, DHCP role. And the next thing is that during this wizard, we need to authorize DHCP. So authorize DHCP. Why do you need to authorize DHCP? Because DHCP must be authorized from Active Directory. So for that reason, it needs to be authorized. So for that, I mean, for this step, your all network has to be set. Your all network is pinging each other. Your all network is logging into DHCP. All machines are joined to Active Directory. I mean, they added this back in 2008. So this step was added, authorization of DHCP in 2008 with server 2008. And why they added? Because guys, people used to add DHCP to the network. So guys, we are trying to understand why is this authorization step? Why do we need to authorize DHCP server? Let's say I have a small network going on. I have a small or maybe a large network going on with all of the machines connected to our network. So these are all the machines that are getting IP address from DHCP. Right. So before 2008, what used to happen sometimes for maybe testing purposes or training purposes, someone would install server 2008 and also install DHCP service. And as soon as you install DHCP server, automatically DHCP server will start supplying IP addresses. So even though people used to install DHCP for the training purpose, let's say I just learned DHCP today, and tomorrow I will go in the office, and in the office I will set up a new server and install DHCP. And as soon as you install DHCP, this DHCP will start offering IP addresses. Now the problem with that is even the legit computers will start getting IP address from this wrong DHCP server. Now, what happens if you get an IP address from a wrong DHCP server? Let's say this is your official DHCP server, which is providing you IP address of 192.168 0.0/24. And this is the test IP address, which is the wrong IP address you set up for training purpose. And this is providing an IP address, let's say this IP address from this range. From this range of IP address. So then what happens is that now a real machine got a wrong IP address. If the real machine got a wrong IP address, meaning this machine won't be able to connect to other machines. So this happened in one of the large companies where I worked in the past. So that large company had around. So guys, what are we trying to understand? We are trying to understand why do we need to authorize a DHCP server? Why there should be only one DHCP authorized and there shouldn't be any other DHCP server that are authorized. So in that large company, they had a huge campus. It's in Middle Eastern telecom company, huge big company. They had many buildings within that premises, many buildings, and each building would have many floors within that building. And that complete compound had around 10,000 computers, 10,000 devices. So this was the main gate, and these are all of the buildings, and there are around 10,000 computers within this one premises. So we received a ticket one day that one floor of this complete building is not able to. Many computers on this floor are not able to communicate over the network. So many computers, so not all of the computer, but many computers are not able to communicate with other computers. So for example, if this person wanted to print something, he's not able to print. If this person wanted to log in, he's not able to log in. So many computers. So then when we went to this floor, we found out that almost half of the computers were not able to connect to the network, and half of the computers were able to connect. So which means that there is no problem with the network, because there are many computers that were able to connect to the network. So which means, so first of all, we thought that maybe it's a network issue. So when we received a ticket that many people are not able to log in, we saw that, okay, there are many other people that are not able to log. If one person is not able to log in, it means that there might be a problem with one user. But if many people are not able to log in, then that gave us a, then we suspect that it's a networking issue, not a system issue. So what we did, we sent the ticket to the networking team. And the networking team checked their network and they said, since half of the computers are working fine, it means that there is no problem with the network. So they sent the ticket back to us saying that it's not a network issue because our switches and routers are working fine. So then we went in and we troubleshooted for like 12 hours. So troubleshooted this machine and we were not able to find out that what was the issue within this network. Why half of the computer are working, why the other half are not working. And after many hours of finding out, then we found out on these machines that were not connected, they were having wrong IP configuration. So the real IP was supposed to be something like 172 because it was a large company, 172.16 dot something, but they were getting an IP address from 192 network, 192, 168, and so on. So since they were having wrong IP address, they were not able to connect to any other machines within the real network. And then the next step was, so first of all, we found out that they were getting wrong IP address, number one. And the next step was to find out that where are they getting the wrong IP address? Because on the machine, there is nothing that can tell you that which DHCP provided that IP address. So then we started finding out on the floor that if there is another DHCP server, and after a few hours of finding, we found a DHCP server on under one of the tables. So since it was a huge big office place with, in an office place, you have cubicles and people are sitting here and there. And then one of the person created a test server and that was sitting under the table so that it was not very obvious that you will see a server and you can directly go and troubleshoot. No, it was kind of a test server, and on that test server, this genius guy had installed DHCP server on this, and then not only installed a DHCP server, also connected it to the real network as well. I mean, okay, so if he was testing DHCP, it should have not been connected to the real network. So first of all, it was connected to a real network and installed DHCP, and that DHCP was providing IP address to the client machines on the network. And why it was providing DHCP? Because guys, this is a normal DHCP process. Remember that it's a normal DORA process. Whenever a client comes on and needs an IP address, it will broadcast. So the real DHCP server would also offer, and the fake DHCP server will also offer. And it depends whoever gets the request and will provide the IP address. So in this case, this was happening, that the wrong DHCP server was sending out IP addresses. And this was, I'm sharing with you a real that I faced scenario, and you can think of throughout the world, how many people have also faced the same situation, that Microsoft came up with this, that they need to authorize DHCP server. So now if the DHCP server, so let's say if there are 10 DHCP servers and only one is authorized to provide IP address, so that only that IP address will be, that DHCP server will provide IP address. Doesn't matter if you have 10 DHCP, they won't be able to provide IP address to the client. So that's the reason why we need to authorize, why you need to have a one legitimate DHCP server, because and it needs to be authorized from Active Directory.
Another, can you please accept my request? I was logged out due to somehow.
Do I do what?
Can you accept my request on a Zoom meeting?
I'm not okay. So here is, I'm not getting your request. So this is, when I get a request, if you, so you're sending a request from the computer or from your phone?
No, I clicked that link actually, from computer.
From the computer. I haven't received that request. You can disconnect and connect again. Once I get a request, then I will be able to, I'm not seeing your request. Okay. Okay, so guys, since now we know that authorized DHCP server is one of the examples, what I need to know, if there is any other question.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Why we choose DC2? Why not DC1, the one which has a domain controller? What's wrong if we choose that server for DHCP?
Yes, so we can, there is no problem, there is no technical issues. We can use a DHCP server to, we can use the Active Directory server to install DHCP, but general rule of thumb is that we don't install anything else other than Active Directory on our Active Directory server.
Okay, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Thanks.
that's the only reason. Otherwise, it's in a test and training environment, we can. But for
Okay.
interviews, we need to remember that we don't install any other service other than Active Directory.
It's kind of an industry standard, that's it.
Yes, yes, it is. Okay. So Naveed, I haven't received any request yet for you. Maybe you can just close the browser and start the browser and try again.
Yes, I'm working on it, sir.
Okay, okay, very good. So guys, in order to install DHCP, this is what we need to do. We need to log into the server, add DHCP role, then authorize DHCP. And after that, so I'm giving high level steps here so that we can all follow. Once it is done, then we will open. After that, then we will open a DHCP manager. Open DHCP manager. From the local server and tools. And then number 5 is, we need to configure the subnet. So number 5, we will configure the subnet. And the subnet we are going to configure is from our own range. So you need to select a range from your custom lab. So the same range that we will be configuring. So right here, configure subnet. So in my case, I will be configuring, you can configure the same as well, 10.0/24. And once we configure the range, then after that, we will verify from the client if the DHCP was able to send IP address. Verify.
Nabi, can you please check now?
Oh yes, I got a request. Yes, thank you for reminding. Yes. So verify from the client machine. So these are the steps that we need to do. We might have to disable VMware DHCP because VMware also has a DHCP so that our client shouldn't get IP address from VMware. But anyways, let's first do these steps. So log into the server, add a DHCP role, and then we will authorize, make sure that you're logged in with Active Directory administrator. Okay, so now I am going into, so on server number 2, and login. So on server number 2 and login. And the very first step is that to go to add roles and features. And within add roles and features, we need to go to next. Guys, practical is very, very important, everyone. Without practical, it will be very, very difficult to survive in the job market. You might be able to get through the interviews by remembering all of the concept, but practical is the one that will be help you stay in that job role. Okay, so here, so for that reason, guys, set up your network. I need to know that if your labs are working fine. Just keep me updated in the chat window. So I am installing now DHCP. So from here, from the roles, I can select DHCP role. As soon as I select a DHCP role, it's saying that add a role and feature wizard. So I'm just going to go with the defaults and next. And so as soon as this is added, it will, in the feature, we don't have to add anything. And DHCP, it's saying the dynamic host configuration protocol allows servers to assign and or lease IP addresses to computers and other devices that are enabled on DHCP client. Deploying DHCP server on the network provides computers and TCP IP based network devices with a valid IP address and additional configuration. Okay, and so we will get to that. We can also assign DHCP DNS configuration from IP address as well. Okay, so here what we need to do, so things to note, you should configure at least one static IP address on this computer. So it's saying the DHCP must have a static IP address. DHCP shouldn't have a dynamic IP address. So it's saying it must have a static IP address, which means that static is known as manual IP address. And before you install DHCP server, you should plan your subnet scope and exclusions, store the plan in safe place. Yes, this is another very important point. It's saying that before you install DHCP server, you should have a plan. You should have a plan on a piece of paper what are you installing in DHCP. So we have already planned that our subnet will be 192.168.10.0, and it is also saying the exclusion range. Exclusion range, remember that we said that we will leave out the first 10 IP addresses and last 10 IP addresses. So that's our exclusion range. And for the DHCP options, we will select DNS for an option. So let me start first the installation, then I will come back to this. Guys, as you can see, installing DHCP, configuring it, it's not that difficult. So it's a combination of understanding the concept plus the DHCP configuration. Okay, so DHCP and next, and here I'm gonna select restart. If it requires restart, it should restart and install. So it is installing DHCP. So here, once it is installed, in the meantime, let me explain that what other options, how do we configure DHCP? So in the first slide, we went through the DHCP implementation initial steps. In the second slide, we went through basic DHCP configuration, basic installation. And now here in this slide, DHCP configuration. DHCP configuration. Now within DHCP configuration, we need to do this. In the meantime, let me check the, so I just wanted to make sure that if the setup is going fine, setup is doing fine. Now here in the DHCP configuration, the very first step is once you open, so we will open, so first of all is DHCP authorization. So DHCP, we will manage DHCP from DHCP manager. So open DHCP manager from tools in server manager. And secondly, we will authorize DHCP. So the very first thing is authorize DHCP, and that will be done from within the DHCP manager. Number 3, so number 3 is we will create a scope. Scope. Now scope is known as the subnet that we are going to configure. So scope will include the subnet IP address, start IP address, and end IP address. So start IP address of a scope is start IP. So in our case, we will leave out so start IP is basically, what is the start IP? 192.168.10.1, and the end IP address 192.168.10.255. This is
should we name the scope too, sir?
Oh, yes, we need to. So I'm just giving here the general settings. Yes, we do need to name the scope. So I'm just giving here the tag, and I will show you that what other, so basic things are required. I mean, naming the scope, and then there is options. But here I just wanted to explain few things. So start and end. The second important thing is the exclusion range. What do we need to exclude from this?
Last 10 and last 10.
Yes, excellent. So we need to exclude IP address from, so we will say from 1 to 10, and second exclusion will be, second exclusion is let's say 240 to 255.
15.
Okay, 15 IP addresses. And next is options. Do we need to set up any DHCP options? In options, so this is known as DHCP options. In DHCP options, we need to say that should we assign a DNS address along with the IP address? Remember that whenever you do IP address manually, you will give IP address and you also have to give the DNS address as well. So here we will say, yes, we will provide a DNS address, and DNS address will be 192.168.10.10. What is the IP address you're using for the custom lab?
It's 172.168.10.10. 110.
Okay, so it was, so just for, it is 172, 168.10.10.
I think it's 110, sir.
Okay, 110. Okay, just check. So you will be creating a subnet based on your custom lab. Why? Because you're using those machines. So you need to have the same. You need to have the same. So in this case, just change. So just change this 172 to 168 and 100.1. So this will be your scope. This is your scope. 172, 168, 1, 2. This is start and end, and exclusion will be the same. 172, 168, 100.1 to 10 is exclusion, and DHCP and DNS is option will be this. Okay, so that's about this. And now let me go back to the server and see that if this is done. So this is done and close. So this is fine. Now what I need to do, let me see. So there is this yellow mark. It's saying now complete the DHCP configuration. So I will go to this yellow triangle, and here I need to do this basic configuration, right? So before opening the manager, you need to complete this basic configuration, because following the yellow triangle here. So it's saying the following steps will be performed to complete the configuration of DHCP on the target computer. Create the following security group for delegation of DHCP. It's saying that there you need to create DHCP administrator, DHCP users within Active Directory. It's fine. We don't need to do that at the moment. This is not necessary, but this is necessary. The next one, authorize DHCP on target computer. So which means that authorize DHCP on this. So if it is domain join, and we do have a domain join, we do have a domain in this. So I will go to next here, and here it is asking for the credentials. Remember that if you need authorization from someone, you need to get authorization. Let's say even in real world, if we need to get an authorization from some government authority, you need to go to someone and ask. You need to first authenticate yourself. So this is the authentication. It's saying that specify the credential to use to authorize to Active Directory, and this administrator account needs to be the top administrator account. Guys, in Active Directory, that we will learn in the next training. In Active Directory, there are two types of administrator: domain administrator and enterprise administrator. This administrator needs to be an enterprise administrator. So enterprise administrator is required to authorize a DHCP server. Okay, so in here, use the following credentials to authorize a DHCP server. So if you're logged in with the domain, then you don't need to change anything. But if you're logged in not to a domain, then you need to use alternate credentials. Then here you need to type the domain IP address. But in my case, I'm logged into a domain. And in your case, if you're logged into a domain, you don't need to change anything. Just click commit. So you just need to say commit. You can also skip the authorization as well if there is no Active Directory. But we have Active Directory. For that reason, we need to have this here, and here I'm gonna just commit, and it's done. Authorization is done, meaning this server is authorized. But many times you will get an error message on this screen. If you're getting an error message on this screen, that means either this server is not part of Active Directory, or you're not logged into Active Directory, or you have not done the 4-5 steps that we did in the beginning to verify our domain. I mean, this is very smooth because we verified that everything is working fine. Firewalls are off, networking is fine, machine is joined to Active Directory and all. So this is why, I mean, if anyone gets an error message, let me know. If you get past this screen, let me know. Anyone get past this screen so far?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I did, sir.
Okay, very good, very good, excellent. So here,
No, I got an error message, sir.
okay, so error message. If you got an error message, share that error message on the WhatsApp group. Just take a picture, share, get an error message. And so for the most part, for this error message is because of the because of either it's they're not pinging either firewall, so you need to check the basics. Okay. Naveed, I will check your machine later on after this because we have less time and I need to configure this. So, and this is being recorded as well. You can follow from here as well. So I'm going to continue with this. Okay. And whoever is stuck, I will help you at the end of the lecture. Okay. So once this is done, so now I don't have that yellow flag here. I can go to tools and open DHCP. So I can go down here and where is DHCP? Okay, so this is on the same server. Okay, it's right here in the beginning, DHCP. And once DHCP opens, what happens is in DHCP, first of all, it should show something like this here. So it is showing me the server name, and it's showing me two types of IP addresses, IPv6 and IPv4. We are not setting up DHCP for IPv6. We are only setting it up for IPv4. And so before even going into these other options, what we need to do, and there is no scope here at the moment, right click on this, and here always make sure that it should say authorized. If it is saying if it is not saying unauthorized, it means that you need to authorize it. It's only giving me this option because my server is authorized. If it says authorized and not unauthorized, it means that you need to complete this step first before you create a scope. Since our server is authorized, I can just verify that it's saying unauthorized, and if I click on unauthorized, it will just unauthorize it, which means that I need to redo the authorization again. Now, since we are on this step, and from the slide, I said that here after authorization, now we need to create a scope. So in order to create a scope here, all I need to do, right click on IPv4, and here I would say create a new scope. So when we create a new scope, it will start with a new wizard. And again, one more time, in order to create a scope, right click on IPv4 and create a new scope. So here, once we start with a new wizard, here we need to provide the name of the scope. So I'm gonna name it, in my case, I'm gonna name it 360 Cloud building 1, floor 1. Now, why am I writing it like this? Because guys, in large companies, there are hundreds of scopes, and each floor will have a scope, and maybe on one floor there can be two subnets as well if it's a huge scope where you have 500 computers. So that's why the name of the scope is very important, so that you know that which floor has which scope. If it is a 5-floor building, then I would need to create 5 scopes for each floor. So for this one, we are going to just name your organization. In your case, since you're following the custom lab, your scope name will be CANEPS Building 1, Floor 1. So this is Building 1, Floor 1, and next. So here is the start IP and end IP. So start IP, in my case, I will be using my start IP, and I'll just make sure that what is my IP scheme on this server. My IP scheme on this server is, so it has the private IP, which is, remember that we did it for the failover cluster, but I'm gonna use this. So this is my public 192.168.10. So for that, I'm gonna create my scope as this, which is here. In your case, you will create a scope for 172.168.100. So here I'm gonna just create this for my scope will start from 192.168.100.1 110.10.255. So this is,
Sir, you are saying 100, but 10 is coming there. It will create an issue later.
yes, sorry
You
about
said,
that. I'm saying 10 for you guys. I mean, when you guys will create a scope, you will create it 172.168.100.1. Okay. Okay, and but in my case, yes, I need to make sure that it is the same scope of my servers. I mean, is that confusing for anyone? Why am I saying 172 for you and 192 for me?
Sir, 1 or 10, you have to skip 10 numbers right here.
Yes, so but
You
okay,
said 1.
so yeah, my complete scope will be from 1 to 255, and in the
Okay.
next screen, I will exclude it. I will exclude the range.
Okay.
Okay, so in here, first of all, here it's saying that what will be the subnet of your network. So my subnet is 24. Now we know that what is meaning of 24? It means that 255.255.6. If I change it to anything else, it will automatically change the subnet mask. Let's say I change it to
Sir,
8. It changes to subnet mask. Yes, please go ahead.
sir, sir, in our case, we can also mention from 1 to 255, right?
Yes, in your case, you should say 1 to 255. Yes. Okay, so 24.
All started from 10, but
Now it's saying that there is an error message in ending address. They're saying that there is an error message in ending address. So it's saying since I started from 1, I cannot have 255 on this. Okay, so I can, so this should be 254. So the start IP address will be 1. It will end to 254 address. And then here we need to have the length of the subnet mask is this. So let me just take a picture of this. Actually, you can follow the video later on. So, and here it's saying what will be your exclusion range. Exclusion range is the I'm going to leave out first 10 IP addresses and last 10 IP addresses. So here from 1 to so 1 to 10, I am leaving out here. So this is one exclusion range, and second exclusion range is
245.
and 255. So again, it's just
245, sir. 10 or less. Oh,
254. 254. 245. It starts from 245 and ends at 254. Okay, so the last first 10 and the last 10 I've excluded from this range. Okay. And next is that what is the lease time? Remember that we discussed the lease time. So by default, it's saying 8 days. You can change it to any lease time. Okay, so it was not 7 days, it's 8 days by default, but you can change it to 1 day, 2 days, or even it can go into hours. So, but for us, we are going to leave it as 8 days, whatever is the default. So default lease time. And here is saying lease duration should typically be equal to the average time of the computer is connected to the same network. For mobile network, the consistent that consists mainly of portable computers and dial-up network use. Okay, so it's just a basic definition. Lease time is, I'm going to leave it as is, but in the busy network, we keep it to 1. In large enterprises, it is kept to 1. In your home network, it is kept to 8. So all your smartphones and your laptops, whenever they connect to your Wi-Fi network, it is 8 days. So, and the next thing is that what DHCP options do you need? So here it's saying, do you want DHCP option or you don't need DHCP option? And here it is more specific to DNS or WINS. WINS is a very old service, not used anymore, but DNS is used. Here I'm going to say, yes, I am going to need DHCP option. But here you can say you don't need a DHCP option. But in our case, we do need a DHCP option. And what is a DHCP option? DHCP option is simply saying that do you need to assign DNS address along with IP address? So here I'm going to say I am going to assign DNS address. And what is the DNS address? It is the address of your Active Directory server. And next is it's, yes.
I have a question. Like,
yes, please go ahead.
I don't know, you can reverse back or not. There's a little bit confusion.
Yeah. We can go back.
Yeah, I know we can come back to here. Okay. So like when you are excluding 172, 168, 110, and then you said like you have to exclude. Oh, okay. I think you added it 2 numbers, right? Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. So sorry for the, yeah,
it's okay. Yeah. So sometimes
you added it, so I didn't check that part.
Okay.
So you
Yes.
have to add
So
both.
I added 2 ranges, one from the
Okay.
top and one from the bottom.
Okay, now I got it. Thank
Okay.
you.
So DHCP option, it's saying that I want to configure these DHCP option, and if I would have said no, then wizard will close. If I say I don't need any extra option with DHCP scope, then it will close. Otherwise, if I say yes, then it will ask some more questions. So first of all, the first part of DHCP option is, okay, here I don't need to add this address. This option is, so keep an eye on this. This is asking for if you have a gateway IP address. Do you need to enter a gateway IP address? So in this case, we don't have any gateway IP address. Gateway IP address is not required for a small network, but for a large network, gateway IP address is always the IP address of a router. If you have a router in the network, then we need to provide a gateway IP address. In this case, we are not providing any gateway IP address. Guys, this seems like a lot of things that it is asking, but it is nothing more than this. Remember that when you set up an IP address, then these are the same thing that we enter when configuring the IP address. So if I go into properties here, this is basically, it is asking what will be the IP address, what will be the gateway address, and what will be the DNS address. So that's what DHCP is asking, that do you need to assign a gateway address whenever the client needs an IP address, or whenever it asks for in DNS, do you need to add something here? So it's just that it is asking, the scope is asking for the same thing.
Just a quick question, just going back over there. What was the end IP address that enter the start and the end? So so my IP address is 192.168.100.10. So do I start from there or 10 after that?
Okay, I missed that part because your voice was missing.
Hello, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Perfect. So I was just configuring the new scope essentially, right? So, it says start IP to end IP, right?
Right.
So the range, obviously, the server, I just give a simple, I actually just made a whole set of new servers. So just wanted to be clear on it. So I just confirmed server 1 is 10, server 2 is 20, and the client is 30. So do I start IP addresses from 30 or from onwards of 10?
Yes, that's a very good question. So if you are having IP addresses in that manner, then your range should start. So range will be the same. Start from, it should include everything, but in the exclusion range, you can exclude your server names.
Okay, so in my start, I start with 100 from 100.1 to all the way to 255.
Yeah,
or 256. Okay.
you can do that as well. Yes.
Well, this is what it actually says. It gives me an error. It says the ending of the IP address is not valid. The subnet broadcast address is not valid. Ending IP address.
No. Hold on. The start of, I'm saying that in the exclusion range you can start,
right.
but on your main scope it should have the full subnet information. Okay, so it should
Okay.
have 1 to 254, but in the exclusion range, you can add all these different exclusion range. So let's say if your server is 30, you can add here the 30 IP address
Right.
here.
Oh, I see what you
And
mean. Okay.
and everyone,
Um,
this is a very important point that Ashish mentioned, because remember that our server address is 10.10. So which means that 10.10 should also be excluded from our DHCP range. And I think my
so
second
could we,
server, yes, go
Anand,
ahead.
sorry to interrupt you. So could we basically group it out, like, you know how you actually showed us how to make the map? Could we actually just group it out? Just say, for example, all the 30s would be, printers. All the 40 to 50s would be client servers, or I mean, computer users from accounting, or and then 60 to 70 would be from IT department, something like that. Could we do it that way? Could we
Yes,
group
yes,
it up?
yes, yes. Exactly,
Okay,
it is done in this way.
perfect.
Exactly, it is done in this way on all of the networks. Some ranges are reserved for all different type of devices. Like
Uh,
printers are given IP addresses from 230 to 240, and then servers are given IP address from the first 15 IP addresses. So stuff like that. Okay.
okay,
So
okay.
even in this case, since my first server is 10.10 and second server is 10.12, so which means that I need to exclude my 12 IP address as well. So what happens if two machines have same IP address? If two machines have same IP address, both machines will go down on the network, meaning both machines will not be able to communicate
IP
over the
conflict.
network. So that is known as IP conflict.
Perfect.
Okay, so we don't want that to happen with a server.
Perfect. Sounds
Okay,
good.
so what I'm going to do here, I am going to extend this range and extend this range to 20 in my case, because my both servers, if one server is 10, the other server is 12. So I'm excluding 1 to 20 IP addresses so that my servers shouldn't be in go into IP conflict. Okay, so in here, and the lease remains 80, I'm setting up the DHCP options. I don't need any gateway, so I'm going to leave it as is, and you will all leave it as is as well. And then in the DNS, here in the DNS, it automatically got the domain name and the IP address. Why? Because the machine is already part of Active Directory, so this is fine. We don't need to make any changes here. And next, it is saying, do you need a WINS server? WINS is not a server service is used nowadays. It's gone long time back, but they still have it on server 2016, maybe for just for backward compatibility. So we don't need this need to enter. And here it's saying, do you want to activate this scope? Because without activating a scope, the scope won't be working. So yes, we want to activate the scope, and now the scope is ready. Now we will provide it few minutes, and this blue icon that you see on the screen needs to be changed to green. So it should be green, or it can change to red as well. If it changes to red, it means that there is some problem with the scope. But if it changes to green, for now it is blue. It's just setting it up. Once it is done, it will be okay. So let's go to the scope for now. In the scope, I can see the address pool is 1 to 254, and there are two exclusion ranges here. Yes, please go ahead.
Just was wondering, so the routing would be the second server where the DHCP is installed, right? Or the first one where the DNS is installed?
The routing?
Yeah, it says to add the IP address for a routing used by client. Just the next option right after that.
So what is at the top? Is it asking for the DHCP gateway?
Yes, yes, yes.
Gateway remains empty. We don't need anything in the
Oh,
gateway.
oh, okay, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So here is the scope, but now in order to test the scope, so the next here on the screen is you're seeing address lease. Now, if any client is able to successfully get an IP address from this DHCP, you will see that in this list. For now, it is empty. For now, there is nothing on this list. So now I will show you. So I just need 10 more minutes from your time, everyone. I know it's the time is over. We need to have some client here, meaning that if there is any, so this client, if this client is able to get IP address from this DHCP, this will appear automatically in this list. So at the moment from this scope, nothing has been leased. But before even doing that, I need to make sure that this is fine. So I'm going to refresh this. So as soon as I press the refresh button right here at the from the menu, it changes to green. Green means that everything is fine, scope is ready. If there are any clients that are asking for IP address, they will be able to get IP address. So for now in the lease, we don't have any IP address. So now I'm going to go into the client machine and ask it to try to get an IP address. So here I'm logging in. So now how to configure a client machine to get an IP address. So first of all, I need to log into Active Directory. Always make sure that on a client machine, when you're trying to get an IP address, you're logged in here. So I'm going to log into the cloud. So 360 Cloud Administrator. Password. We need, so in order to enable client to log into DHCP, all you need to do is go to the network setting card and just disable the manual IP address. So as soon as you disable the manual IP address, and if everything is fine, the firewall, the networking, the pinging, everything is fine, it should go to the DHCP and get an IP address. So from here, I will just go to network settings from the client machine. And from the network settings, I can go to Ethernet and I can go to change adapter options. Okay, it's still loading. That's why it just gave that error message. I'm gonna try again. And probably at this point, so going to Ethernet, going to adapter options. What happened? It's saying Windows cannot access specified device paths. You may not have appropriate permissions. And why is that? Let me check that here. Okay, it's saying administrator. I'm logged in with administrator. And so let me try that again one more time. So sign out from here. And I'll try and log in again. Administrator. So. Okay, so one more thing that I have to see, that in this network, there shouldn't be any other DHCP server. And how do I make sure? I need to go to VMs, and you can actually follow that on from the video, that I'm going into edit. And remember that sometimes we have to go into VMware editor, network editor. So this is where we are, and I need to make sure that this DHCP is off. So this DHCP on the NAT network is off. And why do I need to make sure? Because if I don't switch it off, then that DHCP will provide the IP address to the client. So first of all, I need to see that what is my, what is the network that I'm using here on this. So is it NAT or host only? So I'm using NAT, I think. I'm sure I'm using NAT. So here, my one IP address is NAT. This is the second for the failover, but NAT is fine. All I need to do is to disable DHCP from this client, from this network. So It's just starting up right here, and I will change it to administrator. So, so in here, I will just make sure that NAT, select here NAT and uncheck the DHCP. So this will make sure, I'm making sure that this DHCP is not working, and it won't change any of your networking settings. It's just disabling the DHCP on the network. Now going back to the client and going back to, so going back to Ethernet, and it is really strange at this point that why logging in with domain admin and it's not letting me, is giving this error message. Okay, that's really strange. Never seen this error message before. Probably and without going into that, so the only other way left to log into this client machine, I mean change the setting, is to basically log in with the local administrator, not on the Active Directory administrator. But I will check that out later. But for now, I'm just going to log in normal with normal administrator. Can you check on your client machine if you're able to log into Active Directory administrator and able to open? Administrator. So password 1. Aha, I don't have a password 1 for this.
So like what do we need to disable from client, sir?
We don't need to disable anything from the client. So if you're on the client, just try to open IPv4. If you try to open the IPv4 TCP/IP settings, if you're able to open it, it will be fine. I think because I was trying some security policies on this, and for that reason, but you should be able to do it. Anyone is able to open TCP/IP properties?
I opened it, Adnan Bhai, but this is what I'm getting. And as soon as I said obtain IP addresses, I actually sent a picture. This is what I was actually getting when I requested the.
Do you have TeamViewer on your machine? Can we quickly have a look at it?
So we should assign it to automatically obtain.
Yes. Just say automatic assignment of IP address.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so it means that you don't have any policy issues. You are able to open, you are able to change, and that's how it should be. So probably I have a problem with my client machine.
I just sent the thing for TeamViewer. Adnan Bhai.
Okay, and it's okay. It's right here. So.
Mine is connected.
Okay, so your is connected and you got the IP address?
Yeah, it's obtained automatically.
Okay, excellent. But okay, can you try to make sure that is it from your DHCP? Go into address lease and see that if it is from your DHCP?
Adnan Bhai, I shared the TeamViewer details on the
Yes,
chat.
I am connecting now. Thank you so much. Is it a
Check
TeamViewer?
from CMD too, sir.
Ashish, it's your team. Okay, hold on. So where do you check? You need to go to your DHCP and go to the address lease. So there should be your client machine.
Okay, let me check. Yeah, I can see.
Okay, very good.
CANEPS CL01 and the IP address DHCP. Unique ID is there. and then domain is there, lease expiration is there, client IP address is there.
Okay, very good. So which means, yes, if you, so this
Sir,
is, so you have already configured your IP address, yes. Yes, go ahead, please.
Showing the sleeve.
Oh, Zishan, I'm not able to hear your voice.
so Adnan bhai, was mine okay?
It's showing.
Somehow, Ashish, your machine is disconnected.
Oh, the
But
login is the same. I will give you the password again.
no, but your IP address,
Right.
your IP address is not from your DHCP. Is it your DHCP?
No, that's
That's
what I
your
was wondering.
that's your VMware DHCP. So you need to disable the VMware DHCP first.
I did actually. I
Okay.
followed the steps over there, but should
Okay.
I give it a restart?
No, no, no. You don't need to give a restart. But let me try to connect to this TeamViewer again.
Okay.
Okay. And so guys, whoever is done with the lab, this is all for today, but I will be working with the rest of you to fix the issue. And guys, this is very, very important that DHCP should be working. Ashish, you need to, I'm not able to connect to your TeamViewer. It's just erroring out. Probably maybe,
Just let me restart it.
yes,
One
yes,
second.
yes, yes. Okay.
Sir, I WhatsApp the picture. Can you check? Is it okay?
Okay, sure. Okay. So WhatsApp. Okay, so Zishan, yes, it's excellent. It's good that you got the IP address. Your scope is working fine, and your client machine got an IP address, and it's excellent. Very good.
I
Thank you, sir.
reshared the thing.
Yes. So I'm trying to connect now, Ashish, and connection blocked after timeout. Ah, okay. Okay. So, okay, no. So TeamViewer is not letting me connect. So let's share the screen here. So you can share the screen here.
You have it disabled, Adnan bhai.
Okay, sorry about that. It's not disabled. It's actually I am connected. That's why. So I just
Right.
am now. Yeah, you can share now. Okay, I can see your screen. So in your screen, you have this IP address.
Yeah, I allowed you auto remote control.
Okay,
So I
let's
can
see.
go here and disable all this.
Yeah, it is disabled, but the IP address definitely came from here, right? So
Yes.
so now what you can do, you can type ipconfig, and release this IP address. So ipconfig space,
/ release.
yeah. So sometimes guys, we need to release the IP address. So just type, yeah, release, enter, and just say, once it is done, just say renew.
Okay.
ipconfig space / renew.
Perfect.
And then probably if your DHCP is working fine, it should get an IP address right
Oh,
now. Perfecto.
perfect.
That's perfecto, which means, so let's go back to your DHCP server and check the scope. Okay, and go to address lease. Address lease. So yes, so here's your client that received an IP address. Very good. So
Perfect.
how many people are able to, so Wasim's machine is working fine, Zishan is done, you're done, and so Naveed, Asher, and Alamgir.
Yes, Adnan bhai, I'm not able to follow the configuration wizard of that DHCP
Right.
because of couple of things. I have some issues with my laptop with the blue screen error
Okay.
messages.
Okay.
So
No
now I
problem.
have, like I have the new laptop now. I just received a couple of days ago from Amin bhai. So I'm setting it up. So I'm sure that once I have your video uploaded on the Google Drive, I will be able to complete that.
Okay, excellent. I will upload this video and also I will share with you the DHCP complete video from server 2012 as well. Okay. So
Wonderful.
guys,
Thank you so much.
the idea is you need to do the each lab 3 times. So one in the class if you're able to do it, and then 2 times, so one following the video and one without the video. So please guys have this habit of completing all of the labs. Otherwise it will be very difficult to keep track of all these different technologies. Okay. So I will share with you the video. I will upload this class video as well. So complete all of them and also complete the what do you call, the custom lab. So 9 days to go for custom lab. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, excellent everyone. This is all for today and we will meet in the next lecture, inshallah.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you,
Adnan
sir.
bhai.
Thank you
Thank you,
everyone.
Adnan bhai.
Thank
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Allah
Good
Assalamu
night for all
alaikum.
of
Okay.
you.
Allah Hafiz,
Good
Adnan
night.
guys. Take
Allah
care.
Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz, Udnan bhai. Thank you.